believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome everyone, welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim. And this is Wasteful Wednesday. Good evening. Welcome. Government waste. I started the pre-show about an hour ago talking about the medical waste that's going on left and right. If many of you are still supportive of Obama's work with Obamacare, I have to ask you, do you really like paying $10,000 deductibles on your insurance? Because that's what you're paying now. Before it was $1,000. Now you're paying $10,000. And the cost to our government is $350 billion extra per year, which is insane. And I'm urging Donald Trump to underpay any Medicare, Medicaid federal dollar that he can in order to get the states to carry their burden. Now, Trump has ordered the Seattle Boeing planes grounded. Yes. And we have a very interesting information from one of our viewers, Maxed Out Credit, who claimed that he actually knows one of the guys up in Vancouver who had been called on to check the safety of this MAX plane, the Boeing 737 MAX 8, and he said that the guy, it was push past certification. Yeah, in fact, some commands were reversed in the hookup, or inversed in the hookup. Commands are inversed. That means that when you want to go up, you go down. This sounds like exactly the problem that happened. During the flight testing, it pushed the stick forward instead of back. During the autopilot being off, testing phase, it was completely upside down. So they've already known in advance that this plane had crashing problems. So I'm glad that Trump has suspended the flights. It's definitely unsafe. It's definitely not something we can send people in the air traveling with. But it shows you, it gives you a window into the way Boeing operates. Boeing has been running almost an endless crash course in production. I never took Boeings on test flights. They are a company that makes a tremendous amount of planes, one plane every 10 days. And it's all about production, not safety necessarily. They say it's safety, but it's about production. Yeah, now we have a serious situation where an American airliner is essentially running into major problems. So that's a big downer for our country. Obviously, our nation would love to respond to plane design in a way that would help our country, but I'm a person who's suffered tremendously. I was telling people a while back that I've suffered every day for the past few years, jets flying over my house that at unbelievable speeds and doing weird patterns of flight because I live near a naval air station. And the Boeing EA-18G Growler is considered one of the ones they're flying because Boeing won over 50 plane orders back about 5 years ago when Patty Murray looked at the paperwork and somehow convinced the contractor, the U.S. government, that Boeing was better at making these planes than Airbus. Even though Airbus won on all 6 points of contention prior, Patty Murray looked at it and all of a sudden it went right into Boeing's hands, and now Boeing's making more than ever on these things. So these are fast-tracked production-style plans that have been pushed forward by what appears to be a bureaucracy of incompetence. Now, U.S. grounds Boeing planes after days of pressure. This woman claims that everything's fine, and no problem.
And to the flying public, max passenger appeal.
The demand for something new.
Boeing debuted the new planes in response to market pressures. In late 2010, Boeing's arch rival Airbus had just announced a new fuel-efficient version of its best-selling A320. Boeing countered with the introduction of the 737 MAX.
The MAX uses 14% less fuel than current 737s.
Its own version of fuel and cost-efficient aircrafts. Their message to customers was, these are new planes that aren't that new.
Boeing 737.
Newest arrival in the Boeing family of airliners, the 737 attracts a crowd.
Boeing's first 737 model took off in 1967.
A new queen of the skies.
For the MAX class, Boeing upgraded the engine and design. They added more cabin space, bigger windows, and multicolored ceiling lights to help modernize the planes. But the company kept the 737 name because it evoked a legacy of reliability and built trust.
I'll tell you what it is.
The old adage of it's not broken, why fix it, comes to mind. Yeah, and in this case, I talked earlier about how Boeing's production is absurd. They have people working for free all the time, sitting there playing cribbage because there's no orders in. They still hire them because they have a deal with the union that requires them to hire these people. And then all of a sudden these guys have to work 18 hours days for 10 days straight to do the impossibility of creating production planes on a timetable. Well, apparently the MAX was delayed by 2 weeks, and they had to force it through some testing phases over the weekend up in Canada, we're finding out. And this is a classic case of too much, too fast, not enough double checking. Okay, I'll take a look at your link. Now, we're all concerned about the dangers of cell towers, and the government has not tested the 5G network at all, and it's producing a tremendous amount of wasteful RF frequency radiation that can cause DNA damage. And the government refuses to look at this. It was a 5-week delay. Thanks, Maxed Out. It was a 5-week delay on that plane. That's why they rushed it forward. Okay, on to the 5G network and the dangers. Well, we have a 4G network that may be killing people, and we're not even willing to look at real stories like this. Parents blame school cell tower after 4th elementary school diagnosed with cancer. Wow.
Parents outraged tonight after a 4th child is diagnosed with cancer at a San Joaquin elementary school. And parents believe it's because of radiation caused by a cell tower at the school.
News tonight, CBS 13's Jen McGraw is live in Ripon with what the school is now saying. Jen?
Yeah, it's become such a point of contention that more than 200 students stayed home from school yesterday in protest, and their parents went before the school board demanding answers and that they take precaution. Cell phone towers are spread throughout the community, but it's this particular one that parents say
usually tell us it's 100% environmental, the type of tumor he has.
Monica Ferruli's son Mason was the second child to be diagnosed with cancer in just 3 years at Weston Elementary. He was 10 years old and walked by this cell phone tower daily.
It's undescribable. It's really tough.
That's one of the hardest things I've been through.
Joe Prime's son Kyle was the first, diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2016, and 2 more kids were diagnosed this year.
It just seems like a coincidence is no longer a reason for all this illness.
They believe it's this cell phone tower that's harming their kids.
These kids shouldn't be guinea pigs, and we shouldn't be taking chances with the children's lives.
The district has had several tests done saying the tower is safe and meets federal regulations. But some families weren't convinced and hired an expert.
I wouldn't send my kids there at all. It absolutely is dangerous.
Eric Windheim is an electromagnetic radiation specialist and found levels far higher than the district's expert.
Children that are still developing and their cells are still dividing is the worst possible time of their life to be exposed.
He says it's not just a cell tower, it transmits wireless frequencies.
Instead of only going 300 yards like regular Wi-Fi, WiMAX can go 30 miles.
Parents want the mast removed, but the district won't budge. And while the district has sent plenty of letters to those parents tell me that this fight is far from over. Budge.
Okay, this cell phone tower is right in the middle of the campus. And 4 kids have come out with brain cancer and they won't budge. Nobody wants to take the cell tower down. Government is fast-tracking cell towers that are dangerous, just like they fast-tracked this Boeing 737 MAX 8. You see what's happening here? Incredibly incompetent people working on our bureaucracy at the FAA and the FCC in this case aren't even able to make credible decisions. We're dealing with complete greed-mongering pigs working in corporate bureaucracies like Boeing. This is unbelievable. Now, I'm not urging anyone to be violent against the cell towers. I would urge all the families to not send their kids to school. Yeah. I wouldn't go to school if this happened to friends of mine when I was a high school student. I just get my GED and the entire school can, get their GED. We should shut the school down. Absolutely. Unbelievable. Not at all. No, there's enough evidence to know that, first of all, the 5G network has not been tested at all. And here's Dr. Meow saying, not the fault of 5G if some kids become sensible due to the weakening of their genes by inbreeding and multiracial sexual encounters. Well, they haven't tested the 5G network or any of the cell phone towers in the U.S. hardly at all. A study done in India on cell towers in 2011 showed a direct connection between cancer rates and cell towers. A study done in Europe, in Germany, 2 years earlier, or actually in 2010, 1 year earlier, was actually followed with a letter to Barack Obama warning of the dangers of cell phone towers. It lowers the IQ of children. Yeah. They did a study where they checked all the areas in Germany that couldn't get cell phone reception and analyzed the IQ tests of their students. And they found out that areas where people didn't have any cell phone transmissions had higher IQs by about 20 points. What's tomorrow's night so I can check your pantry? Yeah, I haven't given it a lot of thought. I've been really, I'll hash it out tonight and think about it. I haven't really given it enough thought. So if you're just going around claiming this is due to genetic weakening, due to inbreeding, without any studies behind you, and you call yourself a PhD, you ought to go back to school and realize what a PhD should stand for. Piled higher and deeper. And right now, you're piled higher and deeper there with your 16 PhDs. I don't believe a word you're saying if you're going to come out with statements like that without a single test done on the safety of the 5G network We're rolling it out like it was no tomorrow, and Donald Trump, he endorses it. Now, the amount of stories that are generated over Trump is spreading out of control. Manafort's bad day underscores the peril in sprawling Trump probes, some beyond the president's control. If you put your finger in the cookie jar and you've got cookies all over you and cookie crumbs and chocolate, somebody's going to ask, did you steal the cookies? Well, Donald was getting money from oligarchs left and right. And we even have evidence that he may have been getting money from China as well. It's unbelievable, all the different funnels of money from foreign governments into Trump's hands. Okay, let's take a look at the 5G trials that you're looking at here. The European 5G trials culminated last week in The Hague. There was a story that went viral internationally. There was a mast in The Hague that actually led to the death of 300 birds when it went up. Yeah, Huawei is the 5G leader, and let them be, because they're killing people. Does America want to be behind a killing cell phone tower system? No. Okay, these European 5G trials were done in Austria. Yeah, all these places they did studies. Okay, but the problem with a study like this is there's no response to all the studies. Just, oh yeah, a study was done in Croatia. Yeah. No response. What was the result? This is a study of somebody running electricity through the line, not the effect on living creatures in the area. Get me a real study, not somebody testing the equipment to see if it powers up. My God, man. What kind of a PhD do you have? I had a double clutch when I said Huawei. The British pound surges the most in nearly 2 years after UK lawmakers vote to reject a no-deal Brexit. This is fantastic. You know, the UK needs a little bit of stimulus right now. The idea that they're going to somehow completely disconnect from the European Union is almost measured in the incompetence of the leadership. Now, Theresa May must have articulated a plan by now, but she hasn't. And they aren't really dealing with a goal, they're dealing with an ideal. They can't really measure an ideal. And I'm not here to talk about the Brexit, other than I think it ultimately will help the UK. But the mere fact that they want to disconnect completely is absurd. We need to get real. You got 0.2G where you are, and it works great, doesn't it? Maxed out credit, yeah. There you go. Your 0.2G. He's got his 0.2G system. He's putting it on the screen. Let me show you. You can put it up again. Let's take a look. Maxed out credit has his 2G system there. You actually have a rotary phone. That's pretty funny. A good old hardwired rotary phone. You know, a guy took a trip down his street in LA, and LA has already put up 5G almost everywhere. And he looked at the 5G network cable. It is like this thick. It's ridiculous. The wiring is so thick, the copper in it is so thick that you wonder, are they going to hit the button and turn all of us into dead microwave creatures? Yeah, it works through the VoIP line. Yeah, I bet. Well, it turns out that we have connections to houses, phone lines, cable lines, electric lines. We could easily run the internet through our electric system. There's already phone system. There are actually there are internet systems you can buy for your house where if you want to send a signal through your electric system in your house, you can do it. It's easier than laying an Ethernet line, and it's hardwired. So why aren't we sending a free internet signal through the electric system? We can also send bits of data through electricity, through the electric system, much like we send electricity through the electric system. That's all we're talking about is electricity, bits of data. Well, it turns out that in order to send a cell phone signal from like LA to Seattle, takes an infinitesimal amount of energy. And in the process, it is interesting to see how to send 50,000 cell phone signals from LA to Seattle takes up no more than your microwave oven's electricity, about 1,000 watts. So why is it they need cable systems that are massive? It makes no sense. But they're pushing this cable system on us without testing for human safety. And Donald Trump is endorsing it like it was no other. Like this is the best thing in the entire world. Take a look at the wiring in an older version of cable that they were using. This is the antiquated version. All this cable is completely unnecessary and begs the question, are they weaponizing the 5G network? We have thousands of cancer cases right now. Absolutely. Childhood cancer is at an all-time high for brain cancer. That's right. You can get Ethernet Wi-Fi extenders through your AC system. Yeah. Maybe making it impervious to an attack. Good point. All the more reason why we should hardwire electric internet signals. Yeah, go up to a mobile phone mast with a Geiger counter and see what happens. Exactly. So Jack, you're kind of out to lunch on your information. Childhood cancer, brain cancer is the biggest killer of children right now. And the government doesn't have a reason for this. But I do. Cell phones, if you hold them against your head, especially if you're a child, not only will it cause DNA manipulation of your brain, but another fact is that it will affect your REM sleep. A study done on children using a cell phone prior to going to bed shows they don't have any REM cycles. Their brain is like scrambled the whole night. We don't deserve anything. We need to get ourselves a representation, and I'm running this show every day with the intent that I'm going to be the leader of this country to get us out of this hellhole of stupidity and incompetence. Now, give us a chance, at least. Did you see the wife of Richard Pryor said that Richard Pryor's widow on Marlon Brando affair, he wasn't ashamed? Okay. So Richard Pryor had relations with Marlon Brando, is that what you're saying? Okay, I wouldn't doubt it. Because Richard Pryor was one of these Illuminati sex puppets. There's a couple of weird stories out there with Richard Pryor was roasting somebody and somebody said they know his history. He actually performed sex in order to move up in the industry. Richard Pryor wrote a book at the end of his life that claimed he was living 6 weeks with a transgender. He had a very secret and weird background, and it's very likely he performed sex in order to move up in the industry. And I think a lot of us are realizing this is a regular thing. The Me Too generation talking about it finally. Yeah, he set himself on fire with a crack pipe. But we're not here to talk about Richard Pryor. We're here to talk about the safety of the 5G network, let alone the 4G network, which, by the way, is working great. The 4G network has people all around the country watching movies on their iPhones. They literally have no problems, no bandwidth issues. We even have a whole lot of bandwidth that we acquired when we converted analog to digital that the government never allocated for the use of the internet. So what are we doing with that 0 to 13 category when we had channels from 0 to 13? Nothing. The military is holding on to it. Why? Why is the military holding on to it, and yet we're laying new lines when we aren't even using the bandwidth we have in the existing system we have? Makes no sense. Well, I'm not just cheerful, I'm motivated. This isn't just cheerful, this is motivated. Where do I get my facts from? All over. Yeah, I vet information through various sources on the internet, and I continue to look for validation. Where do you get your facts from? Donald Trump? It's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. It's a witch hunt. I mean, where are you getting your facts, sir? What is motivating me? The fact that our country is collapsing under the mindless leadership of a man who's simply greedy and bought off. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to realize that Donald Trump is making money left and right in the White House while we as a nation collectively lose money. You're lucky to even be in here, guest 913. The only reason why you get to be in here is because you keep coming back under different backgrounds. Yeah, well, I'm not going to ponder what it's like to see the really rich people live in secret underground bunkers below the Denver airport. I don't need to do that. I have no concern about the people that are living in apartments. We ran a story about the Denver airport last past week, and they have installed a gargoyle that says, "Welcome to the Illuminati headquarters." I mean, the Denver International Airport. This is an audio animatrized gargoyle, much like you'd see at Disneyland, and it talks in real time. Well, somebody was in our room last week, and he said, "Oh yeah, there's an underground bunker there." Yeah, everyone knows about it who's rich. Really? Well, let's go there then. Denver Airport. Now, one thing about the Illuminati is they love to do things with a kind of a comedic flair. Now, when they built the Denver airport, the most expensive airport in the world, they decided to build it in the shape of a swastika. Look at that. It's a swastika. And he said, yeah, there's a company that sells all kinds of stuff. Okay, I'm looking for it. It doesn't seem to exist. The Rocky Mountain Arsenal is there. Yeah, but what if you put the word strong in your search category? You'll see that the Rocky Mountain Arsenal is an underground bunker right here that has a huge supply of potential apartment buildings underground. So there's truth to this. Denver Airport, being the most expensive airport in the world, is built out of tents. Yeah, I believe it's strong forests. Now I can't find it. That's weird. Yeah. It's gone now. Well, in any event, this is the location of the Denver airport. Here is a Rocky Mountain Arsenal. This is a complete strategic location. And he told me that they sell underground storage units for people who are really, really wealthy, that you can store your stuff there. It's like, wow, how come the American people were never told about a project like that involving their tax dollars? And we paid for the Denver airport. Whatever's underneath is on them. Well, the question really remains, why would the Denver airport have a secret so serious that they'd have to create a character to put in front of everybody and act like this is a big joke? They obviously don't want us to know exactly. Here's the talking gargoyle.
That's a little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh, damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
This is awesome.
Not so awesome to me. I think it looks pretty suspicious, don't you? I don't like anything about that. I know I'm not playing it so you can see it again. I'm showing you that it is an incredibly disturbing video. And the fact that these people think it's funny, that people are talking about their secret society and building underground bunkers for just rich people. Makes you wonder. Here's Maxed Out Credit with his new wig on. This is a Wig Wednesday. I think that's your real hair, though. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't want anyone to see it. Oh, there it is. So you bought that wig. Wow. So he bought that wig and he's wearing it. Cool. It looks good on you, man. I thought it was your real hair. I had no idea. Yeah, you did a good job with it. Looks like the Beatles cut. Well, at 9 o'clock, I'll wear wigs till 10 o'clock. So this is my real hair, so I go with that for now. But look at the tents that they used to make this airport. The richest, the most expensive airport in the world, and they made it out of tents. Come on, somebody hid a lot of money by constructing tents. No, I don't need a wig vendor, but thank you. Yeah, look at that. Oh, it is your hair. Okay. I was going to say, that looked just like your hair. Okay, that was not a wig. That was your hair. Okay, good for you. That's pretty funny. There he is. His real hair, right on. Okay, so the tents are really cheap to make. It doesn't take a lot to make a tent. You can use fiberglass cloth and resin, and you've got a tent, and it withstands the rain and blah, blah, blah. So I think you have to look at this as a possible cover for a lot of money that they spent on the Denver airport so they could build an underground bunker. That being said, we don't have an underground bunker, all of us common folk. Yet the rich people who run our country and use our tax dollars to build these things do. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Yeah, what are they up to? Are they planning on poisoning the earth and living underground? Is that what's going on? Because that sure seems like what's going on. It doesn't look like they're trying to get rid of, or they're not trying to protect the population. They're definitely trying to get rid of us. Let's take a look at the story that's getting virality right now. The parents in the college admission scandal. We're not sure what's going on, if these people are being thrown under the bus because they didn't allow their children or something to be molested. Who knows? You got to wonder what the story's about. Very famous people, very, very wealthy. Prosecutors allege dozens of parents, test administrators, and college coaches were involved in a widespread effort to rig the college admissions process for children whose parents were willing to pay bribes. These indictments affect more than 50 people in two sets of schemes: standardized test cheating and college acceptance bribery. Felicity Huffman, Lori Loughlin are involved, famous actresses. The indictment repeatedly refers to two confidential witnesses who were implicated in the scheme. Right. This story kind of eclipses another story that I'd rather talk about. One that's even more disturbing. The latest, a leader of the New York group of Nixivium has declared she's guilty. She pled guilty to charges. The leader of New York group charged with child porn. She hasn't pled guilty. I take that back. The latest in the New York sex slave case. The leader of the embattled upstate New York self-help organization has been hit with child pornography charges. Federal prosecutors announced the new charges against Keith Raniere on Wednesday. And Nancy Salzman is involved as well. She's from the Seagram's fortune. She was one of the proprietary owners of Seagram's vodka. Right. Well, this is almost like a bigger story than a college scandal story. I mean, this woman, not only was she involved with Keith Raniere and the cult of branding women to be sex slaves, and this is what the government and the mainstream media is covering up. She was involved in child trafficking, child pornography, all kinds of things. This isn't just, hiring prostitutes out from women that want to be part of a cult. This is even much worse. So the stories that are talking about a college scandal being a big issue, I think that's kind of eclipsing the bigger story, which is Nancy Salzman and her involvement in the Nixivium cult. This is how the media seems to cover up stories and putting one ahead of the other. It's a common trait in our country. All right. In fact, in the 1950s, there was a missile flying over the underground bunkers, a really psychological profile. Okay. Well, there's a whole plan to create underground living facilities across the nation and around the world. And it's a private endeavor. And it's called Terra Vivos. And I've showed you this before. I never would have even found this out if I hadn't talked to a guy a while back who has since been, he's gone dark. We don't know what happened to him. But Howie Reporting Live, if you remember him, was a YouTube star and claimed he was hounded by the Illuminati and then gradually disappeared, and they said he was mentally ill or something. But he's the guy that told me about Terra Vivos. And if you haven't heard about this organization, it is a way to buy an underground facility for you and your family in advance of a nuclear attack. Check it out. It's probably one of the most interesting sites I've ever seen. I think they got one in Montana, yeah. There's an Indiana location. There's a Europa location. This is an interesting thing. If you go into a group with other people, you can buy a bunker and have it totally retrofitted for you and your friends. So he's got retired military facilities that have turned into bunkers. I'm just saying, this is really something that's happening. It's not make-believe, and I never would have found out about it if it wasn't for Howie Reporting Live. Now, I never talked to Howie after he claimed he was being pursued by a bunch of thugs from the Illuminati who were trying to kill him. And I hope he's okay. But these little links are hard-earned, folks. They're not easy to get. You don't just commonly find out about secret places to store your entire belongings as well as your family in the event of a disaster. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to live in a world at post-nuclear age. If indeed that's coming, we don't know. The way Trump is behaving toward North Korea, it could be a real possibility. Maxed Out suggests that maybe the 5G network is a lame way of making the U.S. EMP proof. That's a possibility. EMP, being electromagnetic pulse, could veritably shut down our electric grid. But they're not running electricity through these 5G networks. They're running supposedly digital communication. But the wiring looks like electricity. And like I said, there's no need for this big wiring and potential for weaponization. I have a theory. that the 5G network was created and promoted by artificial intelligence, that it's been developed by artificial intelligence to ultimately flip the switch on the human race. That's a very interesting theory I'm coming up with, but it's one that definitely should be looked at. We have to find out who is really behind the 5G network, not the people that are proselytizing and talking about it like it's the best thing since sliced bread. We got FCC Chairman Tom Wheeler acting like a complete, utter idiot here.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
will profit and make more money. He's just a complete corporate suck-up. I met that guy, and I've never seen such a corporate suck-up in my life. He doesn't have a personal view. He believes in everything the corporation tells him to do. He formerly worked at Northrop for telecommunications. And I can tell you, I confronted that guy on a couple issues, and he completely evaded me. I knew in my heart that I needed to talk to this guy. I didn't know why. Sarah and I went to a government conference down in Sacramento about 9 years ago. That's where I met him. But it bothered me that he was so evasive, and now he's even more evasive about the 5G network. No, humans won't adapt. We're already declining as a human species when you look at the overall death to the planet and what we're expecting as a complete shutdown of our food and water. Now, we have ample time to prepare for the inevitability that resources are going to be depleted. But because we have a bunch of scumbags who run the world, who print up money left and right and do whatever they want, they don't think about you or I. They think about themselves and their inbred group of elite family members who like to have sex with each other. They think about all the sick things they're doing that when they worship dark forces to have more and more and more money. Now, this is a sad reality that many of us are going to have to come to grips with, that these people are so sick that they're trafficking children, and worse, they're draining their blood. Yeah, you think I'm kidding? Look at this story about Peter Thiel. Oh. Yeah, Vanity Fair did a story about Peter Thiel, one of the dot-commers who made a lot of money on PayPal. The Silicon Valley billionaire reportedly sees blood transfusions as the pathway to radical life extension. Yeah. He wants to have injections. He's had injections of children's blood in his blood. I mean, this is sick. He thinks it's a miraculous change for the human race. And then this story saying, no, Peter Thiel is not harvesting the blood of the young, has just come out to push the article back a little farther. He has some wild ideas, but transfusing teen blood into his own body might not be his bag. Okay. So this is a story that's made to cover up the story that I just read. In short order, Vanity Fair, Gawker, and numerous other media sites repeated the story. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So, yeah, he's already got a disinformation campaign so that no one knows that he likes to have transfusions of children's blood. Trump's not going to get the Nobel Prize for anything, even if he grounds the 737 MAX 8s. The fact that he didn't oversee a qualified FAA during the time that the MAX 8s were allowed to be even flown shows me he's incompetent. Now, I even said publicly that I will be firing 50% of the people at the FAA and the EPA and the FDA and the CDC, maybe even more, because I believe they're not doing their jobs. I believe our government is spending money out of control. Now, I'm going to suggest a brand new idea that I just came up with the other day. An economic brake pad. Now, an economic brake pad, in my opinion, would be a way for the government to shut down spending. Put the brakes on spending. The reality is our government works fine when we have a partial shutdown. Donald Trump has proven, just by being belligerent with Nancy Pelosi, that the government shutdown wasn't devastating, but it did cost us more money restarting it. I'm going to suggest that we shut down parts of the government periodically, without any severance, without any back pay, and just use this as a brake pad on spending, because if we had a pay-as-you-go plan, I'm going to say pay as we go, because this is about us. A pay as we go plan, then we'll be able to do something to deal with the overspending that's continuing to waste tons of money. I mean, Donald Trump is $1 trillion over budget every year. This pay as we go plan could veritably be the way to stop spending. So what I'm suggesting is that we amalgamate the Coast Guard with the National Guard. Make them one and the same. Bring them under one roof. Combine the two military departments, and thereby ensuring that the Coast Guard will get paid even if we have a partial shutdown. I'm also suggesting we task the Coast Guard and National Guard to take care of our airports and replace the TSA if need be, because they're already on paid monthly income. And in lieu of that, the government would veritably face very little shutdown pain. There wouldn't be backups at the airport like there were under Trump. There wouldn't be a problem with our border security, because we could always use national security funds for the National Guard and Coast Guard. And being it's every single port of entry and airport could be protected. We would get rid of $7 billion of annual expenditures on the TSA right off the top. So this is an automatic $7 billion. My hair is great. Yeah, thank you. This is Wig Wednesday, but this is my real hair. So thank you for saying it's a great bit of hair. My mentor, I don't need a mentor, Fuzz. I have 185 IQ. I have no need for mentors. Yeah, why would I need a mentor? I'm more intelligent than most of the people walking on the face of the earth. I never banned Froggy. Let me unban him, yeah. It might have been somebody else. I have an IQ of 185, yeah. I'm not joshing. Go to davidsponheim.com and I'll have a copy of the test results from my IQ test. Yeah, you can look at it, and you can see a copy of my GPA when I'm in high school. When I was in high school at the age of 15, I graduated #1 in my high school class. I'm not BSing. I had already finished 2 years of college calculus by the time I was 15 years old, and college physics. I'd gone to college when I was in junior in high school, essentially. My senior level, I actually went to my college courses, but I actually passed the AP in my junior year. I passed the Calculus BC exam, which is the hardest exam you can give kids for AP credits. And that gave me a year of credit there. And then I went on to my second year of college calculus in my 15th year. College scandal people are getting exposed is great, but again, I think it's covering up the bigger issue. Yeah, I think they're making a big issue about college transcript scandals. I'm concerned about it, but I think the bigger issue is child trafficking and the situation going on with the Nixivium cult members. Nope, you're not that smart. And I don't play chess anymore. I gave it up. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm okay.
I introduced the economic brake pad, the pay-as-we-go plan.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an idea that we use the information we've gathered from our current shutdowns, our partial shutdowns, and see what we had as a major problem with the government, because most of us got our gasoline tanks filled and didn't have any problems with health care. Most of us didn't worry about any major deals when the government was shut down. So why do we need a government that's spending $1 trillion over budget every year?
By the way, after the economic shutdown, the government shutdown, all of those workers that were furloughed were paid.
Yeah, and that was extra money. Now, with the government shutdown plan called the economic brake pad, we can actually slow down our expenditures without having to pay furlough, money back. We don't have to pay these people. We don't even have to keep them on contract to get money back. That was all on Congress to add extra money to the payback to these people. It's not required. So if we did slow down our expenditures, which, by the way, is $1 trillion over budget every year, we'll become liquid and solvent as a nation. What a concept. When our leaders continue to spend money recklessly, putting us deeper and deeper into debt, right now your tax dollars that you pay out go to the interest on the debt. None of you are financing our government at all. We are simply borrowing more and more money every year and paying the interest on the debt. We're headed toward a crash course in a destructive economy. We're going to have no economy pretty soon. And if we don't take heed to what I'm saying right now and introduce a solvency plan, we're never going to get out of debt. In fact, we're headed toward a major, major disaster. Thank you. Sarah's here to talk about her day and whatever else, she would like to talk about. It is.
I was going to talk about maxed out credits day. I heard he was proposing a verma compost system at his condo today, so...
Oh, how did that work out? Yeah, let's take a look.
I was going to find out.
So maxed out credit is in the ProCam section, and we'll see what he had to say about vermicompost. Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, how did it go?
They delayed till next Wednesday because they were testing the fire alarm system.
Oh, that's pretty good. Okay,
We
still
had
hope.
sirens for 5 hours today.
I'm so sorry you had that.
Crossing my fingers.
Yes, me too. I'm so sorry you had all those alarms. Okay, I'm going to mute you just because there's so much feedback. But you tell me if you want to say anything else and I'll unmute you. All right. Very cool. That's pretty exciting. I'll leave him up because he sometimes puts little notes on the board to me. So you guys might as well see that. See, he's got Sarah, Queen of the Worms. Actually, you know how kids count down and they always count down to 0 and they're like, blast off. I say we count down to 0 and then dig into the ground. Dig into the worms. Especially because then I teach them negative numbers because that is what negative numbers is. It's like digging a hole. All right. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that he gets a compost system going at his... He wants to get a compost system going at his condo. I think that's a fantastic idea. My compost system currently is... I'm not accepting more food scraps into it just because it had reached capacity. Now I'm installing another bin and I want to make sure that my system is in place before I install that other bin. Well, on the definitely David showed, I think he's published the IQ results online of the actual IQ test. So it's I think it's on davidsponheim.com. So you can look for David's IQ online. I myself have never had my IQ tested. People used to call me a walking dictionary, but I wasn't tested. And thank you very much. It wasn't and I know the one David did, it wasn't a Stanford Binet, which is what the traditional one is. The Stanford Binet was originally designed to identify individuals that the academic institution could help through remediation and help with basically extra help. And I guess that's still used today, the Stanford Binet, and they use other ones as well. I know David's teacher gave him the IQ test. And like I said, you can look at it and decide for yourself. Our recent studies demonstrate the parallel with people watching sports and people watching what? In both cases, it's a transference. Maybe it allows them to think they experience what they will never be able to do in real life. Yeah, transference, and yes, I can see that. Some real life is difficult and depressing, and I can see why people want to escape from their real life with the idea of sports or entertainment or something like that. I care if Ghost has a stroke. Who's Max? I like Ghost. You know, he's a little bit one of my heroes. Wait, did you lose? Wait. Because it's one of those things that I sometimes aspire to. I like the idea of coding, but I just it's probably one of the few things that I don't feel like one of the few things I'm intimidated by. I'll say that. Because a lot of things I'm just like, oh, I can do that. And it's been sometimes it's difficult for me to like find my passion and my joy because I'm pretty good at a lot of different things. And I'm capable of a lot of different things. But I would love to, or I don't know if I'd love it. I have this romantic vision of programming, but I think it's just a romantic vision because if it was a reality, I would dig in, right? Like I dug into this master's degree, which became a reality. Yeah, I totally have a romantic vision of programming. I think one of the reasons I have a romantic vision of being a programmer or doing something like of coding or something like that is that well, it's just practice, isn't it, Dr. Meow? Anyway, one of the reasons is because one of my former relationships, the person went to school and became a programmer. I think they were more like into designing software. It was back in the days when like ITT was brand new. People have no clue how good they have it, like doing sculpture. Seeing real results of thought is programming. Maybe that's it. A friend did it, and I just like think, oh. And I love intelligence. I would definitely say I'm a sapiophile. David has a very big vocabulary, which is one of the reasons I was attracted to him. Also he has a great physique as well, so. That's pretty funny, Dr. Meow. You stop coding because the time you code one line, Chinese can code the whole software. Well, and certain things really speak to me with the internet and so I was really inspired a week or two ago by this one person's, I went to a, keynote speech, and saw this really great speech, and I saw this really great TED Talk, and it really inspired me, and part of it was that one of the things that was so inspiring is this idea that we gave the internet its answers, and that the internet has this flaw. I feel like it's a flaw, that popular answers go up to the top of the search engine, and anything new and possibly innovative is at the bottom of the search engine. And then this other thing, well, that's pretty cool. You program for reasons you don't understand. You begin a program and your brain forces you to continue until it works what you ask of it. I think I like math for that reason. Like I like figuring out math, and I would probably love to solve an unsolvable problem, or love to tackle an unsolvable problem, just because it's like something I could mull over and continue to mull over. Yeah, I do have a love for math. It's kind of funny that I teach like such elementary math, Because I should go back and study higher, more advanced math. Because I would love it. I know I would. Maxed out credit when he got into electronics and found out what math was really for. For him, that is, yeah, that's it. It's like, oh, so this is why we studied all that math. Yeah, it's like, that's really good. Anyway, and then that Tim Berners-Lee open letter, I don't know. Well, if you were here, you heard me read it yesterday on the 30th anniversary of the internet. And that really inspired me too, about how I think his second line was something about results, something about perverse results or something. I've got to go find the quote. I really like that. They talk about a joint fight. We can get the web we want. But the one that really... Oh, well, you're doing a very good job, Hot Rails. I love that you're actually using capital letters and periods to be a better typist. Oh, it's that system design creates perverse incentive. And he put user value as sacrificed. But yeah, it's that we designed the internet, so we have what we have, and we can change that design. And I kind of feel that's one of the things I feel is inspired by lately, is this idea that we could redesign it so that it doesn't create these perverse incentives. Yeah, bots and crawlers designed for profit and speed, and it's like all this clicking. And that clicking, the more clicks something gets, it goes up higher and higher in the search engine. And like something new doesn't get any clicks because it's so low in the search engine that people have to scroll through pages and pages to even find that it exists. If I really want to know your real IQ, there's a site with an AI which has access to everything. You can follow the discussion for more than 10 minutes. You're far above average. Most people give up after 5 minutes. I probably would like to follow the discussion. And it'd probably lead me down a rabbit holes into other things. Froggy says, I think one's surfing habits, internet surfing habits, should be private and not used by a third party for profit to sell to advertisers. That's one of the issues that kind of Tim Berners-Lee talks about. Or like this idea of an open access and not having people throttle you because of your speeds that you use, or yeah. But it does, I mean, there's issues with being open, you know, people can post anything. Like then I read about that Facebook moderator. I wouldn't want to see a random video that ended up being some kind of murder video. I'm actually glad that they have moderators, and I feel bad for the moderators that then have that trauma, because watching a video like that, it is like you're experiencing it, and it is traumatic. Ah, nice. I gotcha, Dr. Meow. Yes, and that has become an attempt at commercialization experiment gone bad. And it's all... Well, that's what David keeps saying. Like, we have this show and we don't make money on it. It's a free... We do this for free, but we provide. Other people, obviously, I'm sure, make money on it because they get it from ad revenue or whatnot. But our end is completely free, and there's other people that provide things for free. This is your... I am the entertainment. That's kind of weird. Sorry, from my point of view, that I'm the entertainment, because I don't... Yes, I just don't see myself as entertainment. He's not lying, Fuzz Doctor 1. Go look it up. But is it really important? Certain things are not that important to me. I guess it is a little bit important because I am a... I self-claimed saviophile. My day was good. I have, actually, yeah, it was a good day at work. I did some things I was supposed to do in the morning before work. And then I do what I do, which is teach. And then, in the afternoon, I saw this really... I went to a little training after school. I did have breakfast. I had these basically granola bars. I had a couple granola bars for breakfast. And then for lunch, I had some ravioli with some pesto sauce and vegetables. I ate snap peas, carrots, and... Oh, and sweet peppers. Model of a universe with 9 dimensions using math. Wow. Not really, Tabasco. Time was not a dimension. So really... In his dimensional, could time be the 10th dimension then? And if time was the 10th dimension, it would be interesting since we usually use 10 digits because we have 10 fingers. All kind of fall into place. Oh, okay, Vinyl. No, this is maxed out credit. He's working on getting a maxed out credit is going to work on getting a vermicompost system going at his condo. The crashed Ethiopian plane had at least 19 officials on board. Okay, Misanthropy, for you, I will save your links. Because I believe in you and I care about you. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Froggy, for, I am proud of myself too for getting my master's. And then I was very sad today too, a little bit maxed out credit. Be real. Expose vulnerability. I was thinking about my childhood. I just didn't have I didn't have an ideal childhood. Let's just say that. Let's leave it at that. David would say, don't get too personal with these people. They're trolls. They'll use it all against you. So then that makes me not want to expose vulnerability. But I worked very hard to get my degrees. And part of it, I can definitely say I came from a I don't know if it's a upper lower class family or a lower upper class family. It's not a middle class. It was like a lower class, but not like, you know, abject poverty, but definitely not middle class. And anyway, part of the thing is this poverty mindset that I had to overcome in order to get my degrees. Because when you live in poverty, there's this issue that comes up with family, and family is very important. And then, but family in poverty, there's always some kind of crisis that's going on. And you have to be willing to, and that's what's hard, is you have to be willing to not allow yourself to be sucked into the crises of your family in order to move yourself ahead. The BA Times, no, I didn't. Let me get that one. Blood results failed to show Natasha Jait consumed cocaine prior to death. Okay, I got Hindu Times, BA Times. Time is just a human concept, a measure, because it seems that we got everything wrong by using an empiric method based on observation of something we're already part of. Okay, thanks for this one. Whoa. Okay, how do I do this? Okay, I've got it. Okay, let me move this over to the big screen. Share it with everybody. It's for me. Thank you for Misanthropy. It's for me, but I'm going to share it with all of you. Do I think there's a time for a person to just give up? I used to be very depressed, I'd say, but then I actually don't think that there's a time for someone to give up, because I think that there's a reason that you might not understand why you're doing what you're doing, and that you just keep forging ahead and you'll impact other people. Okay, Froggy grew up in, do you mind if I say this, Froggy, out loud? That's how I process, but okay, I'm just going to read it quietly. Maxed Out Credit says, never give up, never give up. There's always better times ahead. Froggy says he grew up in a middle class. Parents always believed in, you have to do it yourself, as both his parents came from relatively nothing. His dad was never the type to hug us as kids, but we also knew he loved us. The past is past, but what is important is today and tomorrow. Yeah, don't let the Don't let the world bend your spirit. That's good. Huh. Yep, that's why they call it the present. Today is a gift. Oops, sorry. I'm just going to add. Okay, here we go. Understanding illiteracy. This is from a site that Misanthropy sent. Okay, I'll make it a little bit smaller so you can kind of see my face. I love that this is upside down. He's reading the newspaper upside down. Understanding of literacy. 42 million American adults can't read at all. Wait, what? 50 million something? World reading literacy. Let's see. 95 to 100% are literate in these blue areas like the United States. Dark blue, 90 to 94% are literate. In the green, 80 to 89%. In the yellowish, 70 to 79. In the orange, 50 to 69. And in the red, 0 to 49%. And the world illiteracy rate is dropping. You like to read, you're addicted to it. One thing I've been doing lately is I've been purposely not turning on the TV during my work nights. And no, Brazil has 80 to 89% literacy. Anyway, I've been not turning on the TV and instead reading books during my work nights. U.S. reading literacy rates. Wait, what? Percentage of each state that has below a 5th grade level of literacy. Below a 5th grade level. So Mississippi, interesting, where I was born. Thank God I became literate. 30% or greater have below a 5th grade level of literacy. Most of the people are literate in the blue states. That's because they probably don't have much access to cable television or maybe even internet. So the thing they need to do is read a book. Yeah, you know, did I ever tell you that story, Misanthropy, about literacy and my dad and moving us out of Mississippi? Okay, I will give you guys this link, yes. I should tell you guys this story. It's a really good one. So my dad moved us out of Mississippi. He had an opportunity. He saw it for a long time. He didn't have that opportunity. And then he was able to move us out. And later, many years later, we were traveling across country and we pulled into like this campsite to camp for the night. And we were traveling across country, and the camper guide in the morning is like, yeah, you're traveling cross country, you could take me back to Mississippi. My dad's like, no, we're not going there. And then when we pulled out of the parking lot, my dad's like, do you see now why I moved you out of Mississippi? And I said, yeah, so we wouldn't marry somebody like that. My dad said, no, so you wouldn't become someone like that. My dad did not move. He thought about a Tabasco sauce, but he had too many kids to join a commune. I'm sorry, but I'm glad that I hope that we should make a mission to get Mississippi to be the most literate state. We should send internet to all the internet companies, should go have a big mission to change things in Mississippi. I am a Southerner. I grew up in the South, Tabasco sauce. If I were a parent, where would I go to educate them? Actually, the community I live in is where I would go. I love this community for education purposes. No, I think that there's many people in the South that think deeply. And just because you're not literate doesn't mean you're not a deep thinker. Sometimes it's about what you can, what you are exposed to. And if I weren't exposed to books, I wouldn't have become literate. I think that 9 maxed out credit. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I think it's a culture.
It's what? What is it?
Misanthropy asked David last night if there's a conspiracy to keep the South dumbed down so they can't have a proper revolution.
Right. I don't think that. I think that the entire country is being fluoridated. I don't think we're just looking at a southern area, or northern area. I think the country is being dumbed down. We can say that much. So that covers the subject of the South, but it's part of a larger plan that has been put in place that I think we all have to be aware of. I think that's part of the awareness factor in the show, is realizing that, people are being dumbed down in general, not just the South. I'll be right back.
Well, according to this, it all depends on how you rate dumb or smart. This is literacy rates, and according to how you rate literacy rates, you're right about most of the South, but Mississippi in particular, you're not right about. Seven kids. Wow. Yeah, it's huge. %20 of high school seniors can be classified as being functionally illiterate at the time they graduate. 70% of prisoners in state and federal systems can be classified as illiterate. 85% of juvenile offenders rate as functionally or marginally illiterate. And 43% of those with the lowest literacy skill live in poverty. Because if you're illiterate, it's very difficult to fill out a job application. It just makes life a lot more difficult.
Oh yeah, it's a big hindrance. There's a lot of people in the South that are not getting a good enough education. I agree. Don't get me wrong. And I think that there is some clear differences between the North and the South to this day. But I don't think it's a general desire to not make people smart down there. I think, look at the amount of money that the South has gotten over the past 20 years, 30 years. They get more money for federal funding for transportation than almost any other state. Louisiana is amazing. I'm going to take and remove Fuzz Doctor. He's working on a different level now. All right. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. You might be right. Maybe I should move to Mississippi and just teach people how to read, because the literacy rate is so high there.
Would you like, let's look at some property in Mississippi, if you don't mind. No, Trump is going to be facing a whirlwind of questions still about the money laundering. The idea that money laundering is going on.
I would say you're probably not right. You're probably, it's so much is culture, there's just so much.
Yeah, but I definitely think a harbor in New Orleans would really help the economy of the Southeast, and building that harbor, I think, would be within the scope of the Army Corps of Engineers, and making a harbor also safe against that terrible cyanide plant that they have there. We've got to shut down a cyanide plant that's just west of New Orleans. We were made aware of it last week on our Wednesday show, and that's a serious situation. We've got another terrible pollution problem in St. Louis with a dumpster fire connected to a radiation depot. That's an ongoing landfill fire that's been leaching radiation into the air. There's an ongoing problem in almost every area of the country. With we talked about the flame retardants in the oil in the water. Our area is one of 538 areas in the country that are being plagued with this Navy flame retardant water contamination issue. And it's unbelievable how the Navy's handling it. It's like they're trying to cover it up. They act like they're going to filter the water, but the reality is what they've done is so toxic that you can't even live. This water has to be desalinated another way, or I should say cleaned, filtered in another way. We've got real problems looming toxic-wise, no question about it. So diverting a conversation to north against south is not a good move, Misanthropy. It only divides our nation and truly is working against a third party, in my opinion.
Oh, David, Misanthropy gave you these two links.
Okay. Hindus Times, I don't really need crash.
Ethiopian plane crash had at least 19 officials on board.
Yeah, UN officials.
UN officials. And this is from Buenos Aires Times. Blood results failed to show Natasha Jait's consumed cocaine prior to death.
Natasha Jait was the woman that was exposing a child trafficking ring across the country, around the world. And she was a very high-profile person because she was super beautiful. I'll take that story in just a bit. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, well, great. I made you dinner. There's some ground sirloin and one of those sausages that we picked up. Or a couple of them have 2 sausages and some ground sirloin.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and then there's whatever else. There's there's a half of one of those vegetarian burritos if you want it.
Well, I had some snack food.
Okay.
At this training I went to.
Oh, you did? Okay,
It's not a small snack food though. I'll definitely.
Well, whatever you're hungry for, and you leave the rest. I'll eat it. Thank you so much. That's kind of a cool map, though. The Reddit map of the states. What does it represent?
The literacy rate.
Oh, a population of each state that has below a 5th grade level of literacy. You know, Mississippi is definitely high on that list, yeah. As is Louisiana, and California is huge. Look at that. It just shows an example of a failure of the Reconstruction period. This is more of a failure of the Reconstruction period, that which Abraham Lincoln was going to be putting into place. And Mad Dog wouldn't have hated him so much if he had been allowed to live. But what happened to Abraham Lincoln, he was killed in the process of building a beautiful plan for America. And Andrew Johnson took over, leaving us with this. And the failure was our cities, and crime rates in our major cities are partly due to the Reconstruction period and the inability of anybody to properly provide training. And education is part of it, but training throughout this process. It is a huge turning point, but wouldn't it be better if we came together in the center of the political spectrum? That's what I've been preaching for the past 8 to 10 years. Yeah, it's, originally when I thought about a third party, I thought, well, maybe it has to take on some progressive ideals, like a basic income. And then we wrote our book, Hybrid Capitalism, which features a basic income and offers people a chance to survive with a little bit of money. $500 a month is just a starting point. We can go from there, but we can't offer $1,000 a month because our government is running in the red. And anyone could tell you that any Democrat offering $1,000 a month is trying to derail our government's ability to finance the country, let alone its people. But no Republican is pushing this idea. Democrats are stealing my idea left and right, the basic income plan. I was the first to come up with it here. In 2012, I came up with the Baseline Plus idea with Sarah. And we believe the baseline is the $500 per month. That'll buy you some food and maybe a tent. Not that I want you to live in a tent, but I mean, let's be real here. And then once we get the homestead renewal plan rolling, we'll be able to get enough houses for people that we can actually get people, into a viable long-term solution, like owning your own house. What a concept. Yeah. Fukushima is draining out of control, as you know. The Fukushima reactor at Daiichi, they're seeing some positive results from the refrigerator units. The freezers are working, they're saying. That's a good sign, but I still go back to my theory that a diversion plan would be the best way to handle long-term radiation problems. A simple plan of moving a large amount of dirt away from the primary vessels. Now, I know Trump doesn't talk about the reality that the entire Pacific Ocean is getting doused with radiation every day. 5 swimming pools full of radiation is leaching into the ocean every day. But a diverter, U-shaped diverter canal is exactly what we need to prevent the drain from the upper area of the Fukushima mountain. So this bay right here is extremely toxic, and it's continually going out this way. Well, we also have to block this section off with a large sunken destroyer or two. Now that's a simple plan, much less complicated than the refrigeration unit that they're doing. And plus, there's no guarantee the refrigeration unit would work in the event of a long-term, say, electric grid shutoff. I mean, yeah. In other words, if we have a full electric grid shutoff in Japan, we're going back, retrograding back to the old days. David, do they allow local fishermen to use their water bay? No, they don't. I don't really understand why Japan is behaving so lethargically in response to the Fukushima crisis. I'm rather put off by it. I'm a little miffed that Shinzo Abe hasn't taken an aggressive stance on this. Just giving TEPCO the right to handle this entire problem is like standing in the face of a disaster and letting it happen. Kind of like Rudy Giuliani when the 9/11 attack occurred. He didn't tell anybody to wear air masks. Can you imagine his culpability in that case? He's personally responsible for 50,000 people when he was mayor of New York City. Hot rails, believe me, 1,000 we can't cover. The total cost is $2.5 trillion, and it's not in our budget. This cost right here will be under $1 trillion if we have everybody drawing on it. And believe me, this will be like an injection of fresh air in the retail sector. People are going to want to spend money, buy whatever you want. It's like, we believe in you. It's like a gift to the American people saying, hey, we like you. We want you to start thinking about your own personal life. Even if you blow it on whatever, it doesn't even matter. It's a statement to the American people to learn how to save. You'd be encouraged to save this. We'd offer a special plan where you could get maybe a free checking account with banks. You never know. Yeah, free checking and savings. Let's just say free savings account. Yeah, forget the free checking, because then you'd get free checks, and that would cost the bank. But a free savings account. It would encourage the banks to take your money, invest it in their own industry, which again improves the banking industry. It's a win-win for everybody. And if we can afford it at the very core of our economy, then of course. It's just as important as healthcare. Your welfare is what it's all about. And you can call it welfare if you want, I don't care, but I'm trying to get rid of welfare. I want to phase out welfare. By giving people, individuals, $500 per month, we would pick up the WIC program, and the WIC would be really bolstered, giving women money for food specifically, not just cash for their kids, which they're getting right now. And a lot of welfare mothers can be abusing that. So WIC money would pick up the difference for a mother who's got no extra welfare coming in. We would like to tackle the abortion issue, yes. In fact, Vinyl Sniffer, my plan is to get a first trimester abortion law on the books so that women at least know that that's what we're shooting for. It wouldn't come with penalties yet. We just want to tell women that they should make the decision before 20 weeks because the baby is no bigger than this big. and the baby's cerebrum hasn't fully formed yet, which means the pain centers are not fully developed, which means the baby won't suffer too much if you have a miscarriage, a forced miscarriage, abortion, but a first trimester abortion. Yeah, very rarely do people have miscarriages in second, third terms. It's usually dangerous for the mother. They have to go in and operate. But again, I'm not here to decide when life forms. It may form when the gamete meets the other gamete and forms the zygote. I don't really care. My point is, we do have to look at the figures. The crime statistics are alarmingly low, which is good. Had we not had abortions over the past 45 years, or actually 50 years, since Roe v. Wade, almost 50 years, our entire country would have 45% more crime in the streets of America. And that would be very bad. We'd have 60 million more people. So, I mean, I'm saying in no way it's good that we killed the little babies. No, I'm not saying that. But it is killing a baby. And let's not pretend like it's not. The Democrats want to pretend like it's not killing a baby. It's murder. And I also have an idea that has been picked up by the Republican side. A lot of people in the alt-right are now talking about it. It's kind of a viral idea I came up with in 2009, where I talked about x-rays, or not x-rays, ultrasounds of the babies before they're actually, the mother is more than in a pivotal state when they go to Planned Parenthood and say, yeah, I want to, abort my baby. Well, let's take a look at your baby, okay? It's not a big deal to have an ultrasound machine that's low cost to produce a simple picture of a child in a living form. And since she's thinking of an abortion anyway, it's not that big of a risk. So I'm thinking ultrasounds at Planned Parenthood, eliminating much of the extra funding for a lot of second and third trimester abortions. We focus on ultrasounds. And using that idea and getting the Republicans to understand that life is important and we want to give women the true choice, not just hide it from them and say, oh yeah, you can make this decision, it'll be over in a snap, no problem. You can go home with some pills, it'll be great. No, that's not what we want to tell women. You're killing a life, a beautiful child inside of you that could grow up to be a person that could help take care of you in your old age. Who knows? So, working is better, Froggy. Yeah, sitting at home, waiting for a check in the mail. Well, I just want to keep the economy rolling, and I know a lot of people are suffering right now. And in case you haven't noticed, a lot of you Republicans and Democrats, I should say, yeah, Democrats and Republicans are in a situation where you believe that giving people money is a handout, but we're heading into a time when there won't be much work unless we create new jobs. And that's where the Homestead Renewal Plan comes in. What I'm hoping to do ultimately is create new jobs as we see them decline due to the growth of the internet, robotics, cybernetics, intelligent designs, artificial intelligence, you name it. And we're going to see a lot of people lose jobs because of that. There it is. The job plan. So this idea takes houses that are currently falling apart, and there's a lot of them, about 18 million houses that are foreclosed, and creates an immediate job for people. $15 an hour we're offering, and it'll be funded through the HUD program. And you guys can own a house that's under $50,000, and will include a solar panel that'll help power the electricity in the future. And this is a great idea. And the only reason why Trump hasn't stolen this idea, along with all the other ones he's taken, is the simple fact that the people that work and put Trump in office really want to profit from every one of you. They don't want you to have a low-cost house, courtesy of the government, and something you'd be participating in so you'd gain pride and ownership. Well, we could actually provide a much big savings across the country if we want to cut the budget and get to zero deficit. Cutting our federal prisons would be a great way to do it. Eliminating all the federal prisons regarding low-level drug offenders. You know, Obama already released 47 people from El Reno, Oklahoma, that were drug dealers. We could do that across the board and get away with huge savings. A lot of people will be displaced from work who are currently guards, admittedly. And we could also, offer you folks training in the security systems that are available in your area, so home security might become more prevalent. We are creating new jobs like Uber and eBay and Twitch. Those are actually taking away jobs, actually. Yeah, Uber is actually costing people more to drive. It's not even worth doing Uber now. Yeah, eBay is not even... Here's an example. eBay is an example of an organization that runs on the backbone of code. Same with Twitch or YouTube or any number of online venues. There's no real product created, just a service. They're service-oriented, code-based companies, and they serve no purpose other than to provide you a venue to sell something. So if we give you eBay for free and fire the staff of eBay and just pay for the electricity to cool their servers and hire a few troubleshooters to handle their rack servers, we really don't need to have a staff at eBay, and eBay could be amalgamated into a socialized corporation. You see, long-term, eBay and Twitch and all these organizations that should provide venues for communication should be socialized. I'm definitely not against the idea of going after and busting Google, but I don't think we really will have anything different than what we have right now, with the exception of one thing: more jobs and accountability. Right now, they've got too few jobs making $300,000 a year, and not enough $36,000 a year jobs from your house, telecommuting. So I think we could do something like that. But Twitch itself is, these are for-profit operations. They're not generating any revenue. It's a joke. Most of the revenue coming into Google on YouTube is coming through this ridiculous this company that sells advertising on YouTube. And that advertising revenue is going to dry up eventually. People don't really care. Anybody who's still paying for AdWords is probably, right now required to do it by their bank in order to continue financing their loans. A lot of failed tactics have been employed as we built the internet the past 20 years, and we've seen so many collapses. We're on the 30-year anniversary of www right now. And I can tell you that some people have no way of understanding that we're on the precipice of absolute censorship and what it is a Panda, or actually a Sesame credit, social credit system, where they're going to try to manipulate us using social credits based on our performance on the internet. Now, unless we have a democratized control over these corporations like Facebook and Google and YouTube, we're never going to get accountability, and we're never going to get somebody at YouTube to say, hey, this is the reason why this person was banned. Now, a person told me in a story we were reading about Facebook that they actually have people doing the banning, and they're fed all kinds of weird stories. Like one woman had to be tested out with a snuff film, and she immediately became overly cautious about everything on the internet, so she became overexposed to concern about violence. So anybody who's expressing any anger, oh, that's hate speech, we have to censor that. Anyone has a video about truther stories about false flag issues, not enough evidence, oh, we got to get rid of that. Pizzagate, oh yeah, well, that's clearly fake news. But it's not. Pizzagate is a discovery process into what is really the world of darkness in our government and the pedophiles that live in our government. Pizzagate is the reveal that we all need to find out about why this human trafficking is going on. So they're stifling our ability to talk about it. Well, that shouldn't happen in a free and democratic nation. We should have a democratized socialization process of major corporations that are charging us just to pay their paychecks. It's not advancing a vast group of us. It's ripping people off. Google was built on a free platform, much like this show. Now, we're going to take over Google eventually just in numbers, believe it or not, simply because we do this for free. And they're charging for certain venues. Now, 153news.net, I think, is the brightest light of hope we have for free sharing of videos. So I tell people to go over to our link. I'll give you a link here to get you there. And you'll see videos that you just won't see on YouTube. And right now, we're in a muscle position with the viewership we have to actually direct people to a brand new place to upload videos and start to take away the viewership of YouTube. And I don't care if 153news.net is successful or not. I just want an alternative. So what I've constructed here on my Flipboard is a page dedicated to 153news.net. And this is a cool place to just check out all the 153news.net places that we have linked. And most of them have come from Scissor Fight, but others too. 153news.net, I'm going to give it to you. This is an alt video site called 153news.net. And if you haven't tried it, just to see stuff, you aren't really breaking the back of the Google monopoly. Okay, you got a story on adrenochrome. Okay, great. So here's a link to our Flipboard. If you want to see anything related to 153news.net, just go there. But if we continue this effort of free broadcasting into the future, we're going to keep rolling out with news stories and information about what's happening, much like CBS, ABC News, all the major providers are doing. No different. And we're not trying to take away their audience, but it's happening naturally because people can't afford cable. People can't afford the internet. People can't afford next to anything, especially around the world. So the vast quantity of the people out there want to watch UHF. They actually want to see what's going on in the news without, it sinking their budget. Remember, most of the people around the world are poor. They have hardly enough money to eat. And I don't mind saying that I too live in a state of poverty, if you will. And I'm proud of it. I'm not bragging and I'm not complaining, but I'm proud of the fact that I'm not like Donald Trump. And I don't ever want to be like Donald Trump. No, Sarah brought me to the Flipboard. No, we don't play those videos here, I Love Fries. I'm so sorry for you. But if you want to see our show over at Cool Rock, you can watch us over there. We're not going to go away. As much as these people think that they can shut us down, and believe me, they're trying, we're just going to stay out there and provide free content as long as you like to watch. Now, one thing I told Sarah last week is, we're being censored hard in Vaughn. Mark made a lot of money censoring us. It's pretty obvious. And over at iVlog, our viewership's starting to grow slowly, but most people don't even have the internet and can't afford to even go on it. So the people watching us would love to be able to, go to a central hub when they do get to an internet point and see our show. So I created Cool Rock back in 1995 as a place for people to build community. And that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm nesting our show on there. You could use this platform. It's free to use. Scraplet makes it. Really cool guy named Steve Rapiti put this together. He's a genius. You have the ability to move anything you want on the site. It's yours to play with, much like a standard. Well, you can't really manipulate many of your browsers. You can't do this with your browsers. You have to be on a browser to watch this, but you don't have this ability. Anyway, you can watch the chat. You can do whatever you want with this. You can get into a side chat over here. You can even learn how to make songs you make your own song here. You hit the song lyric generator. It takes you to a site that teaches you how to make songs, which is really cool. I don't play that on cue. I'm sorry. And down here, I put together an AI system interaction. This person that created the AI interaction, I plugged it in. That was a response from an AI system. Wow, I'd like that. See what you get a response to. Just go there and have fun. This is a cool drum site that we plugged in. In any event, you can go down and have fun on the site while you're watching our show. If you're bored, you just want to listen to the show, you can play with interactive features like these three-dimensional scripts that were easy to plug in to the Scraplet background. So it's super easy to play with this stuff. Everything works plug and play, and even got all sides covers, all the different perspectives of the news. Now, several advertisers pull ads from Fox News programs hosted by Piero and Carlson. That's right, and this is the centrist position is several advertisers cut ties, which I just said. The left wing says, don't let its success fool you. Fox News is a mess. The right wing says, the astonishing hypocrisy of Media Matters. They're attacking Media Matters. The right wing's trying to stand up for Tucker Carlson's attack on women the other day. You saw 13 different old episodes of our show in a row one day on UHF Plus. Great, cool. That's cool. I'm glad that you're able to do that, Time Pilot. Well, believe me, I'm flying blind here. Most of the metrics that we have come from word of mouth, and a lot of people have been talking about what we're doing. Word of mouth has been the primary form of advertising for what we've been doing for some time. Because we're censored in the U.S. heavily in a country that claims to be free and democratic, I'm showing people how difficult it is for anybody to speak out, and we're basically holding our own. So as we move forward, we'll be getting more and more information. This is America's Library. It teaches you about amazing Americans. It's really interesting. If you want to learn about America, this site rocks. I love it. It gives you the full story of America, and you know, there's nothing more interesting right now worldwide than America. People are still fascinated by America's rise to power, as well as where we're at now and where we're going. You have pictures of North Koreans watching my show. That's so nice. Oh, hi. How are you? Wow. Okay. And they're doing a special skit. Thanks, Mad Dog. That's great. Thank you. And do you know, are these friends of your family in the South? Are they family members of yours, Mad Dog? Oh, that's right. Your entire, yeah. You should not eat any peanut butter that has fat in it. Yeah. Both sides are no longer on the average citizen side, third party. Really? Well, they're not. That's the point. That's why we're opening up ourselves to the average citizen. Yeah, there's a peanut butter that is dried, organic, at... it's available at Walmart. Let me see if I can find it for you. Yeah. It's a powdered peanut butter, but it's not the one that they're selling, the generic one. Huh, it's not popping up. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't have the name. It's in the other room. Yes, you can get the name of my hair shampoo. It's called Garnier Avocado Shea Butter. Yeah, there you go. Does that help you? All right, great. Well, yeah, dried peanut butter is better because it takes the oils out. A lot of calories in oil. Thank you. I can play that, Can't Stop, but I can only play 8 seconds of it due to the requirements of the Digital Copyright Millennium Act, stipulating that I can only play 8 seconds.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
I'm sorry, that's all I can play. Well, I can defend the fact that it's our audio, but I get harassed every time I put it on my recorded video. They send me all these statements, and YouTube says, you know, and I have to dispute them and provide credibility. It's just a total pain in the butt. It's like every night I got to do it. They try to monetize it. Yeah. Hey, okay, let's get out of the Cool Rock venue and move on to This troubling story about cell tower damage, we brought to you this earlier from a submission. This school has had 4 deaths of kids with brain tumors, and the cell phone tower is right in the middle of the campus. And the community and everyone else doesn't want to stop, remove. They don't want to remove the cell phone tower, which kind of sucks. It'd be simple to remove the cell phone tower, but instead everyone has to die of brain cancer instead. Yeah, you want me to go to the adrenochrome story? I can do that right after I play this link. Hold on, please. There's an important message from a guy who doesn't know what's going on.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, I wouldn't use that word. I mean, what the F is going on? I've never used that word on the screen, so. But yeah, if they refuse to remove the cell phone tower from the actual school, you got to wonder what the F is going on, dude. I mean, seriously. I mean, totally, dude. I mean, it's not that hard to realize that they're killing us, okay? But no, seriously. It's totally not solar powered, yeah. So that's the story that's gotten a little bit of virality here today.
Tell us it's 100% environmental, the type of tumor he has.
Monica Ferruli's son Mason was the second child to be diagnosed with cancer in just 3 years at Weston Elementary. He was 10 years old and walked by this cell phone tower daily.
It's undescribable. It's really tough.
That's one of the hardest things I've been through.
Joe Prime's son Kyle was the first, diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2016, and 2 more kids were diagnosed this year.
That's not a play on words, 2 more for their tumors, okay? We miss you, Brad. Get well soon. You know, and these kids probably would benefit from some CBD oil. We did a great video last night that Scissor Fight brought us. Yeah, it was really good. Weed. Yeah, it was all about weed. Yeah, it was about the benefits of cannabis. Called Weed the People, which was a very good, it was long, but it showed all these kids that were using CBD and THC that was not psychoactive. Because if you don't heat THC, it's not psychoactive. So, yeah, brownies are made they cook the brownies in the oven. That's why the THC converts to a psychoactive thing. But normally it's medicinal, THC is. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Okay, this came in from the MikeRothschild.com site. He's a conspiracy theory researcher and debunker. Okay, what does he have to say? Got any of that adrenochrome? Everything you want to know. What could be more terrified than being trafficked for sex? Being murdered in a ritual sacrifice? And even worse than that would be being murdered in a ritual sacrifice so wealthy elite Kabbalists can harvest your adrenal glands to get the compound they need to prolong their decrepit lives. Whoa, indeed. That's the theory behind adrenochrome, one of those seemingly nonsensical concepts that all of the modern conspiracy theory movement, particularly QAnon. Really? As this conspiracy goes on, adrenochrome is a natural compound found in the adrenal glands that spikes at the moment of fear or terror. It provides a euphoric high so powerful that it can taken even once has become immediately addicted to it and unable to survive without it. And the only way to get it is to kill and devour frightened children. Okay. This talks about the cabal and the supposed trafficking camps down in Tucson. And who drinks this? Why, Hillary Clinton, of course. So this is all tongue-in-cheek stuff. Written by a Rothschild. On a website dedicated to debunking conspiracy theories about adrenochrome. And isn't it ironic that the mayor of Tucson, Jonathan Rothschild, is also a Rothschild? Isn't that ironic? Or a place where human trafficking and now missing 4,500 children at the border. Yeah. Jonathan Rothschild. There he is. Yeah, we can show you his face. Apparently, he's a popular mayor in Tucson. I mean, not to discredit him or claim that he's involved with anything like human trafficking. I'm not implying that. What I am concerned about is that Mike Rothschild has a website trying to debunk the adrenochrome theory and human trafficking. And Jonathan Rothschild is a key mayor that's turned away valid requests for oversight, police oversight, in what appears to be a human trafficking ring, and a sex rape tree was found where children were being used to be raped on. And he doesn't want to even bother investigating. So that raises a flare in my mind and makes me think, well, this is a case where government oversight should step in and the federal government should investigate this. But who do we turn to? The FBI, of course. Well, the FBI is telling people to stand down on investigations into these things. That's right. Believe it or not, yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen has actually revealed that there's child pedophile rings in hotels in Vegas. Look at this story. It's a very concerning story that Sacha Baron Cohen actually discovered something very sinister, and the FBI didn't bother to even follow up on it. Sacha Baron Cohen, Who is America, he basically met a concierge at one of the hotels as a fake character that he created. And the concierge, this is the character he created. You may have seen that. The character he had the concierge convinced he was a rich guy looking for a quickie with a young kid. Whatever. Anyway, this guy who is clearly pretty talented at impersonating people, his entire approach toward humor is really kind of off the wall. But let me read from this. Rather than airing the segment, Cohen and his production team turned footage over to the FBI because we thought perhaps there's a pedophile ring in Las Vegas that's operating for these very wealthy men, and this concierge had said that he'd worked for politicians and various billionaires. While Baron Cohen judged the interview too dark and extreme to be included in the show, it is a revealing look at how powerful can get away with decades-long sexual abuse, like Jeffrey Epstein and others. Right. So let me give you a link to this so you can check it out. It's a Newsweek article that came out. But the FBI has not acted on any of this. Nothing. I am not using Edge here. I'm using Edge on my laptop. Why do you ask? Well, Sacha Baron Cohen is a funny impersonator, I think. Okay? I'm not trying to, say he's not talented. He certainly is. But uncovering a pedophile ring and not having the FBI research this? That's ridiculous. Hot Rails, you got fired from a job because I wouldn't have sex with the boss's daughter while he watched? Wow, that's sad, dude. Yeah. You're a real victim. Yeah, poor guy. Jeez. Yeah, we all feel sorry for you, man. Well, why don't you report everything? Of course Cohen is Ashkenazi. I'm not here to hate on Ashkenazis. Somebody asked me, David, you probably are Ashkenazi. I don't know if I have ancestries. I have no idea. I've never done a genetic test, nor do I want to. I'm not here to hate on Ashkenazis. I'm really angry at Nazis. Okay? Yeah, just focus on Nazis primarily. They're the bad Ashkenazis, the ones that are really greedy. They get called Nazis. It's typical, you get name calling going on in any subculture. Pakistani people have this terrible word they can't even use in England to refer to them as Pakistani people. And if you say it, what do you want to talk about? Your cancer? Oh, Dave the Dancer. Okay. Thank you. Well, I'm here to, bring you light and fun and joy. But I can tell you, Rick, what are you saying? What the hell? Anthony Bourdain suicided by global elite, foul play, Hillary, Mossad, Pedogate, Maxed Out Credit's got a link on 153. Cool. I'm more than willing to take those stories on. We're still kind of processing whether the Ethiopian tragedy was real or not. Yeah.
What's up, YouTube? I just wanted to put together a quick video to talk about Anthony Bourdain and his suicide. There's a lot of conspiracy theories going around the internet right now, and I just wanted to talk about the top 3 right now and just get some of your opinions and thoughts on the matter. This guy, his just life and his attitude towards life in general, it's just, this suicide came as a shock to a lot of people, and it's so unbecoming of this man and his attitude towards life.
I totally agree with this guy, and I can't wait to see this with you tonight. I tend to believe that Anthony Bourdain was killed, and one of his last tweets was talking about being harassed by the HRC operatives, Hillary Rodham Clinton operatives, because remember that whole thing with Anthony, Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, he actually inspired so much aggression from Anthony Bourdain's girlfriend that it created an acrimony between him and others, including the Clintons, because the Clintons stood up for Harvey Weinstein, much like Oprah did. Seal revealed that Oprah was supporting Harvey Weinstein in so many ways by not telling people what he was up to. That's true with Hillary Clinton. So Anthony Bourdain very possibly was killed. The most disturbing thing that I doubt you're going to find out in that video, which I've already uncovered, I've already counted, I'll tell you that in a second. The most disturbing part of the video, or the fact that Anthony Bourdain, he lost $14 million in assets the day he was killed. The day before Anthony Bourdain was killed, it was on record that he had $14 million in assets. So I guess technically he lost $12.5 million because his daughter only got $1.5 million. And the next day after he was killed, which I think he was killed, his total net worth went down to $1.5 million. So there's something suspicious about that. That leads me to believe there's definitely a cover-up going on. Now, I'm offering $500 per month, not only because I'm the first originator of the basic income plan, but I crunched the numbers. And I spent quite a bit of time, much as an actuarial study is done in insurance plans, I looked at the total cost our government would face if everyone were to draw that could qualify. Now, the asterisk here, which is specific to what it's all about, which types of U.S. adult citizens? Well, if you are collecting Social Security or disability, you cannot collect the $500 per month. So it's specifically for Americans who are not collecting Social Security and or disability. All right? Yeah, very fishy, wasn't it? Maxed Out Credit, the death of Anthony Bourdain. Yeah, but this is a concept that was, I ran through the entire analysis, and I determined that the basic number of people that could draw from this would be about 215 million people. Because I subtracted children and I subtracted the Social Security class of people. And right now the 215 million is shrinking dramatically. In fact, in the next 11 years, the number of people on the planet who are, I should say in America, that'll be over 65 will be over 65%. That's the turning point when our country has 65% of our country over 65. So anybody collecting this, once they reach Social Security age and have Social Security, will be picked up with Social Security, and this will be disappeared. It'll be separated. So there's going to be a savings there. But our country cannot handle the huge total of $1,000 per payout for 320 million people. And because that person you're describing doesn't put a specific caveat on how much or how the money is going to be doled out, it means that he hasn't given it any thought as to how much it'll cost our country. He's looking at it as like a blank slate. We're just going to write a check, which is the most insane, inane mentality we could ever have running our government's budget. I'm not going to worry about what you spend it on. If you want to buy whatever you want with it, it's yours. And we're not going to check on whether you have people living in your house like we do with the food stamp program. I'm going to end that whole plan of calling 6-month forms you have to fill out to get EBT money. We're wasting a huge amount of money on the social workers that are gathering information and constantly having to process these claims. It's unbelievable, the infrastructure, and that we're putting that on the state. So we'll be alleviating a lot of the pressure on the state to make sure that people get their funds by just processing it through the USDA. And the USDA currently has the program, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and so we just advance it a little farther. If you don't use the money, within 3 months, it'll zero out, and then you have to call up again to get it reinstated. We don't want deadbeats who are just not even willing to cash their checks, taking their money. So it'll incentivize people to actually handle their money, save money, spend money, use money, invest money, you name it. And it will help the flow of the economy and trigger growth in the retail sector, which is ailing right now. A good idea is an idea that has a sense of virality to it. But if there's no real turn of profit on a good idea within a framework of like $1 million investment, we have to drop the idea. This homestead renewal plan, we can start out with $1 million and just see if it works in Detroit. It shouldn't be that hard to determine if we can sell these units once they're all protected with a big fence. Now, if we can't turn the units in Detroit, then I'll be saying, yeah, the homestead renewal plan is failing. If I set a number like 1 million or 10 million, but nothing beyond 10 million, I don't want to waste government money with startups that aren't successful. You can talk about Mark censoring me anytime you want. Yeah. I'm going to purge you. David, what's the Roberts offered 1,000? I would offer 1,005, yeah, but no, that person isn't an official candidate for the Democratic Republican Party. I said that I would only meet and comply with an official candidate of the Democratic Party. And I mean, as we're headed past the primary, not some idiot that decides to throw his name in the hat because he sucked off of some Obama guy. Yeah, I have no idea who that person is. But the reason why I raised it to 500, and I remember it was 505 for a while, is I found out Kamala Harris offered $500 a month. And it turns out she's offering only a tax credit, not actual money. So I pulled it back to 500. This is cash over the barrelhead, not a tax credit like Kamala is offering. I never destroy evidence. I'm going to go ahead and remove you from the show. Well, there's a lot of people out there that are sucking off the Obama tit in the Democratic Party, and that guy's one of them. He was one of Obama's puppets. I am not here to in any way praise the Democratic Party for what they put us in. I'm more aggressively disturbed by the Democratic Party than I am endorsing any of their ideas. Remember, I was violated by the Democratic Party. They stopped me from being democratic. I am a democrat. I'm a person dedicating my life to democracy, and I'm trying to create democracy in America, but they censored me. They showed me that the Democratic Party is the least democratic group of people out there. So I've got a bone to pick with the Democratic Party, more than Trump does. Okay, Marco Rubio says nationwide power failure in Venezuela, now going on its 25th hour, is causing devastating long-term economic damage. Puerto Rico was out of power for 11 months, you psychopath. There you go. Thank you, Bernardo. Marco Rubio is the kind of guy I would never trust. He's not the person that stands behind anything he says. I mean, have him talk about his sodomite days in college. I'd like to hear more about it. Thanks for that link. Yeah, they stole my road signs. 90% of my signs were stolen by the Democrats and maybe Republicans. I'm pretty pissed off about that. There's a lot of people who have now categorized the Democrats as airheads. I think this is a good example of that right now.
Everyone. Well, I think, like, or whatever, like, boot, like whatever, it's like, like whatever, and like, or whatever, like, just like, it's like this, like,
Well, don't hold back. Tell me how you really feel about incrementalism.
Is like for what? You know, like things like that. Like because we talk about racism so much, we actually aren't talking about race itself. It's just
like, for sure. Worse than that, she's unfortunately a product of almost a contest the Democrats for Justice had. Her primary thing is her brother put her name in a hat. She was pulling tables. And we have to dumb shame her. It's necessary because she is unable to make credible decisions, and she was promoted in a position of power. We have to expose the stupidity of this woman. I can't effectively take a Trump staff or a Mark staff member out of here. Yves Lopez has never violated our chat rules either. Yeah. I love that video too.
just like it's just like, you know, and like it's like, you know, it's like because you know, whatever, like, you know, like about like it's like, you know, in my opinion, you know, it's just like, you know, like, you know, like you know what to like, and like it's like, you know, like it's like because like
now at this point, does anyone understand what she's saying? Can you like for like whatever, like, you know, like understand it? Like, yeah, she effectively confused you by parking you in a do loop. It is an internet term used in coding to describe an endless loop of stupidity and bad errored code, a do loop. Yes, well, there's considerable concern that Ilhan Omar married her brother. Yeah. Yes. Would you like to link us to any links about that? That'd be great. We had one earlier. Please keep talking about how much Mark censors you. I'm not going to back down. It's pretty much obvious, Trump employee. Yeah, everyone knows that Mark openly admitted to banning 350 million VPNs, IPs. That pretty much accounts for approximately... Thanks, I will friend you later. Thank you. That accounts for a significant amount of people. Well, there's a possibility that we are breathing the pollution that we've been creating. And the amount of air pollution that has been circulating the air recently has been above and beyond what it should be. And I don't try to, you know, hide the fact that I am concerned about things called chemtrails. I'm more than willing to talk about the dangers of these chemtrails as well. And if you're wondering what's causing climate change, you probably would have to, you know, talk about chemtrails first and foremost. So I'll talk about that when I get back for my little dinner break. Right, I know. And she married her brother, it seems. Yeah, Omar. Well, the beauty of democracy is you have a chance to speak out, but we don't have an open, free society. Free press is no longer free. It's expensive. And consequently, we don't have a real political environment to talk about things anymore. It's mostly just word spin on the internet and also in the major networks. So they control the talking points. And we're trying to break through that by bringing you a show every night. All right. Thank you.
I'm here on time. Good. The Bible warns us about abomination taking seats of power. That's interesting. A sacred right. See ya. All right. well, I was just, okay, I've got to, if we don't have a free press, are you sure you can believe what they say about Trump? Good point. No, I don't remember when Bernie said that. I don't really have a high opinion of Bernie, considering what he said about women. I did not, but I did have a cathartic moment. I was thinking about my childhood and did some journaling, so that was good. I just, yes, I am good at spelling as long as people understand how. I am good at spelling if people understand my enunciation. Thank you, Bankolitis. And understand the difference between A and A. E. A and A. A and E. But it has to be E. Because it's California. You asked Mad Dog about what we were talking about earlier, and he agreed about Mississippi. Yeah. Anyway, people couldn't understand when I said E when I was a kid, so. Anyway, kind of made me a little bitter. Did David get rid of that? Oh, okay. I was going to go back to this. U.S. reading literacy, the lowest is in California, is in Mississippi. Oh, you realize many of the people in chat might be illiterate and lacking reading comprehension, which would explain why their arguments are so badly made. That's a good point. 42 million American adults can't read at all. 50 million American adults are unable to read above a 5th grade level. And then we saw this. Let's look at math literacy. According to the Department of Education's National Assessment of Adult Literacy, U.S. adults are terrible at solving real-world math problems, like calculating tips or comparing prices in grocery stores. Here are some dismal facts. 42% of Americans are unable to pick out 2 items on a menu, add them together, and calculate a tip, even when there's no tax involved. 1 in 5 Americans can reliably calculate. Only 1 in 5 Americans can reliably calculate mortgage interest. The other 4 just can't. That's why they get into a mortgage. Yeah, exactly, Master Meatball. That's the whole idea. You should be able to do that in your head. No hot rails. One in 5 Americans can't calculate weekly salary when they're told an hourly pay rate. Gee, even if they're probably told like $10 an hour. I think I have read White Fang when I was a kid. "13% of Americans are proficient at math, Worse yet, only 1 in 10 women and 1 in 25 Hispanics and 1 in 50 African Americans made the grade. Wow. 20 million Americans pay someone to file their 1040 EZ. EZ? A one-page tax form that has 10 blanks to complete. A 1040 EZ. Are you kidding me? They pay someone to do that? Oh my goodness, don't they even realize that's money saved? Penny earned is a penny saved. Penny saved is a penny earned, actually. Oh, I don't like that. People that don't tip. I don't like that at all. The U.S. ranks 25th among 30 industrialized nations in math scores, even though one study showed U.S. students believed their scores would be the highest of any nation. Half of all 17-year-olds do not have the math skills required to work in an auto plant, according to the President's National Mathematics Advisory Panel. One of their things was, of course, Wikipedia, so then you have to question that source, but still. Well, you know what's even better than giving exact change to young cashiers to confuse them? Giving them the cents. So if, say, something comes up to be $2.28, I give them a $5.03. But because I want the quarters back. They're like, they don't know what to do. So bizarre. Unless they type it into the whole little machine. First week of April, Psycho. Okay, you're right. If you're doing takeout, you don't have to tip. If you're doing a sit down, or especially if you're doing a buffet, or you're sitting down and they're taking multiple plates away, you got to do a nice tip. Yeah, you might be right, Dr. Mill. Yes, that does happen, Yves. The e-bagger. It's like, NPR is the radio bagger. Oh, if all they do is seat you, don't take any plates away, and only refill your sweet tea once. That's a good point. It depends on how many plates they take away. Yeah, why are customers expected to give them more money? Why is their company not criticized for paying them more? You might have a point. But I would say yeah, you can do I know, Yves. I've been telling David that your name is Yves, but Because I asked you, remember a long time ago, I said, can you tell me how to pronounce your name? I tried to take the time to get the way to pronounce people's names. Except this one poor child. There were 2 new students, and then one of the... Anyway, I end up calling her the name of a student that has moved away. She's like, that person's not even here. Why are you calling me that name? Thank you. I just make those connections. I don't know who Jack is. 3322. Do other people like it when people act nice in a fake way in hopes you'll give them more of a tip? I know people that do like it. In a fake way? Well, would you rather them like complain to you about their life? Because I've had that situation happen too. To guilt you into giving them more of a tip? I think it happens to men more than women. Ghost of Shannon, you saw a stream a day ago. Here, no guests, no drama. Interesting. Turning off the guest chat. You like it? Just don't tell me you're one of those people that like, there's other people that think that having a conversation is a tip. Like, no, people just rather do their job. If you're not going to tip them, then leaving it. Scissor Fight says leaving a tip in other countries is an insult. Probably in certain places it is. Oh God, you should tip. I think it should be. I think people should tip. I don't know, maybe it is a social mores. I believe in tipping, not huge. I'm not a big, huge, necessarily a 15% tipper even. Or, you know, I don't know. That's a good point, Dr. Meal. Well, especially some people that work at casinos, they work on a federal minimum wage, which is different than a state minimum wage. And then they do, like, it is basically working for tips. Maybe Bernays did. That's a good point, Miss Anthropy. Did you just write that up yourself? Oh my God. You made me laugh. Sometimes when I laugh and I start coughing. That was a good laugh. At least round it up to the next dollar for a pizza delivery. Inside Japanese store. Tips are taxed in Quebec, and the wait staff wages are 25% lower. Yeah, that's kind of how they tip here too. Well, now there's something you can do about it, Hot Rails. Have you heard about the people that get melanin injections? Good night, Mad Dog. Good night. The answer, so don't tip in Japan. Tipping is not customary in Japan. In fact, it can be considered rude and insulting in many situations. Most Japanese restaurants require customers to pay for their meals at the front register rather than leaving money with the waiter or waitress. It's not required for cabs or bus rides and many hotel services. Huh. Wow, thanks, Scissor Fight. Yeah, you've seen that? Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Yeah, she got melanin injections. Is that what you want to do, Hot Rails? Be like that hot woman? Even in many places in Asia, you have to you actually have to put the tip in their hands physically. And do they like it, or are they offended? Yeah. Yeah, true, Dr. Meow. You just want to be yourself, but David won't let you. Wait, what? Who cares what David wants? Just be yourself. Forget about it. David won't let you. What? Good. Good night, Mad Dog. Well, it's time for you to go. Scissor Fight usually tip 20 cents to the dollar. 20 cents to a dollar. That's pretty good. I think I'm like a 15% person sometimes. Okay, I accidentally got rid of that illiteracy one thing. That's probably true. Being honest isn't appreciated these days. That's probably true. Good night, Maxed Out Credit. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Yeah, I know some of you guys are brutally honest. Have you ever heard of you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar? New York charges Manafort with 16 crimes. If he's convicted, Trump can't pardon him. Beto O'Rourke thinks he's born to run for president. At 3322 says, actually, you can catch fruit flies with apple cider vinegar, but more with honey. Oh. Wow. Some kind of cyclone blasted in Colorado left hundreds stranded in cars. 70 million are in the path of this bomb cyclone striking the central U.S., bringing snow, hail, and rain. Planting and growing a garden, you say one of life's simple pleasures. It's difficult. For me, I don't know if it is a simple pleasure. Sometimes I'm like, I gotta do more work. I mean, sometimes I like working in the garden, and sometimes it's just a lot of work. Wow. There's Mad Max situation happening in Venezuela. The most needy are trying to stay alive in hospitals amid the blackouts. Saudi Arabia is putting women's rights activists on trial. It's not about singing to the worms. It's just about watering the garden and planting and then making sure you get your starters going. So I do have a bunch of lettuce starters going, and then I need to transfer them because I already have them in these little like 2-inch, 1-inch, half-inch. I don't know. I have them in these little tiny cubes. And then I need to put them in bigger blocks. So it's just a lot of work. Okay. Facebook's data deals are under criminal investigation.
All right. I am ready to take over the show. Hey, your hair looks great. Came out nice.
Thanks, you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm ready for the Wig Wednesday segment of the show, which could include helmets too, riot gear, whatever we need to make this a good Wig Wednesday. Yeah, we have riot gear here in case of a riot or any type of a major takeover. Oh, thank you, Misanthropy. Yeah. Well, that's my goal, is to have the best hair I could possibly have when I put a wig on, because this is my real hair here. Thanks. So what's on your mind tonight? Anything special?
No.
Good. Well, we don't have anything big in the news except for the Boeing downing of the entire fleet. How many jets are there? Like 8 that are affected here? How many jets cumulatively are being pulled out of commission? Does anybody know? Hey, Mad Dog! Wow, you're wearing a wig. Look at that. Mad Dog's got a wig on. Right on. Check this out. That looks good on you, man. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. See, Wig Wednesday is a big thing for a lot of guys like me who want to wear wigs on Wednesday. All right, looking good, yeah. You want a back rub?
No, I just want to slowly stand up.
Okay, well, maybe use the foot fixer or something. Yeah, you got a lot of stress in that region. You've been working, stressed and working all day long.
Yeah, I am.
Take a break. Take a bath. Whatever. You know? Sounds like you've been really physically racked for the day.
Maybe.
Yeah. Did you do a lot of physical activity? Or?
No, it's all
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sarah. That's great. You know, you look kind of like a, yeah, you got that Beatles look, you know? You almost look like a Beatle. I've got a brown wig like that. Yeah, I like your beard. Yeah, that's really coming along. Well, what do you mean? The studio audience responds every time she leaves. Studio audience says, and the clapping starts. A new study offers hope for alternative cholesterol lowering drug. You know, the best thing you can do to lower your cholesterol is to stop eating lots of cholesterol. I don't know what the deal is. People just want to eat, you know, big fat pork sandwiches and drizzle it with butter and whatever. But no, this is a new drug, a chance for yet how well tested are these drugs? That's the question. You know, do they run them through a battery of tests? How long are the tests? Most of these drugs get to phase 3 studies in about 3 to 5 years. So tipping doesn't bother me, you know. Well, you know, despite the fact that companies pay their employees less, tipping itself, in and of itself, is no different than the tithing that was talked about in the Old Testament and in the Torah. You shall give 1/10 of your income in tithings. So 15% is really a little bit more than that. If you have to rest on a 10% tip, that's a real insult to the cook or the chef. And you have a good reason to insult them. They're not feeding you properly or taking care of you. A new study offers hope. Let's take a look. There's hope, everybody. You can continue eating like stuck hogs and feel good.
1 in 4 Americans takes cholesterol-lowering drugs called statins. They work, but often cause painful side effects, primarily muscle pain. Jack Manley says he could barely walk when he was on the medication.
It was very discomforting. Yeah, it was constant leg cramps.
Now a new study in today's New England Journal of Medicine is reporting that an experimental medication called bempedoic acid, taken along with a statin, reduced cholesterol by 18%.
This medicine could help a lot of people.
Many people can't take a high dose of a powerful statin. So particularly we use combinations, 2 medications, sometimes lower doses, to get the same effect.
Jack took the drug along with his low-dose statin as part of a clinical trial.
Woo, girl.
His cholesterol is now down nearly 100 points, and he says he's feeling better than ever.
I want to be able to enjoy my grandchildren, so it's very important.
The drug is now under FDA review and could be approved early next year. It's expected to cost $3,500 a year. Dr. John Torres, NBC News, New York.
Okay. Right now, however, let's talk about the possibility that you could get a product online right now through a vitamin supplier. And I'll show you this link right here. Or I'll just tell you what it is. I'm not going to give you a link or any recommendations, but red yeast, right. For example, a review in the Journal of Arteriosclerosis concluded that a daily dose of red yeast rice containing 10.4 milligrams of the active ingredient monosolin K, taken for at least 4 weeks, lowered LDL cholesterol more than the placebo and was as effective as the prescription cholesterol lowering drug Lovastin. How about that? Yeah. This is published September 8th, 2016. So just look up red yeast and lowering cholesterol, and it'll take you to that search. I'm not going to give you a link right now because I'm not giving you health tips beyond what you could buy or find on the internet. All right. Red yeast. Write it down. Thank you. Oh, Amazon removes books touting debunked autism cures as criticism of misinformation mounts. Wow. What's this all about? They're touting debunked autism cures as a criticism of it. Okay. They're under fire for selling books and hosting videos that spread unscientific and potentially dangerous information. The company appears to have removed 2 books claiming cures for autism, a disorder from which scientific authorities say there's no cure. Yeah, so while his sex pic is still in the hands of... his sex pic is in the hands. His sex pic is in the hands of David Pecker of National Enquirer. Hey, Limebricky. Yeah. While his sex pic is out there, David Pecker has it. He's talking about pulling stories about maybe holistic cures to autism. Wow. Oh, are you challenging the Bible? We're not a religious channel here. The Bible is the Word of God in the eyes of many people. So challenging is sacrosanct. To challenge such things here. I did not bring up the Bible except to say that it is mentioned that tithing of 1 part per 10% of your income is what they requested in the old days. I just made up a historical fact. I'm not talking about the Bible or its effectiveness or authenticity. I'm not validating anything other than to say that it's mentioned in the Bible. You, however, are questioning the validity of the Bible, and therefore I'm banning you to hell. Okay, now on to the sex pic of Jeff Bezos. What would your first reaction be if you saw Jeff Bezos' penis? I got to tell you, I don't really want to see it. Yeah. But my first reaction would be similar to this. All right, yeah. Thank you. And I'm sure she was laughing too. He's laughing at you. I did ban the government. The government is Melco. Please don't try to guess for a second that anyone other than Melco is in here. It's terrible. The guy is a stalker of the worst. So now new evidence that Ilhan Omar has married her brother is popping up. Alpha News MN has this link. Yeah. She's her brother's wife. Yeah. Incest is common in the incestuous world of Sharia law dominated Islamic homes. And for her to have married her brother is perfectly normal in the Sharia community, even if he raped her, which means she would have to marry him. So, and I'm not saying he did, I'm just saying that there's adequate evidence to suggest we need to pull and examine the U.S. citizenship of Omar before we can allow her to continue as a state representative. I'm afraid she's going to have to seek a grand jury. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with me, but that's what I would do. We want real, honest Muslims as representatives in Michigan, if you're going to choose to run in Michigan. There's a lot of average American Caucasians would love to see a Muslim too. I just don't know any of them in particular. I don't know, have you ever met an American who just wants a Muslim to run their territory? I think they are attacking this woman for being anti-Zionist, but I don't mind mentioning her because even though she did, openly go against AIPAC and the Zionist takeover of our country, she is kind of inauthentic, in my opinion. Yeah, there's something wrong about a person who deceives people in order to gain access to a country as rich and bountiful as ours. Tell that to some of the bag people that are on Skid Row. Yeah, Skid Row. If you haven't seen Skid Row, it's one of the worst scumbag places to live on earth. It's unfortunate. It's dangerous too. So we're not exactly the bounty of plenty here either. It sucks. Because there's a group called Skid Row, we have to go Skid Row homeless video.
It's really hard to describe how difficult the circumstances are for living out here in Skid Row. There are so many people who are battling mental illness. A lot of people got triggered just by seeing us with our cameras.
You're gonna get your killed on Skid Row about that camera.
We've seen syringes in the street. We've seen feces in the street. You can smell the lack of sanitation, so...
Syringes in the street, feces in the street, lack of sanitation, da 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 da. Feces in the street, syringes in the street, no sanitation, da 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 da. We should do a song, what do you say? Get a little music going, kind of break out a little rap song, a little hip hop, the hippity hip hip to hop. I don't really feel like being, allowing homelessness to continue in America. If I were leading this country, I can tell you the world would not be red or blue. It would be black and white. Yeah. Somewhere in the middle. Right. There's a gray zone there, and we have to solve problems. We're not solving with the left and the right. The Democrats don't care about homelessness. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And you can see it. There's an app in San Francisco. You can punch in a picture on your iPhone, snap a picture of the bag of feces, and it'll geomap you and send the GPS coordinates directly to the city hall to pick up the pile of crap. I don't know what the app's called because I don't live in San Francisco, but the laugh was creepy, wasn't it? Yeah. And I agree with you. Guest 3322 has an idea that I've mentioned as well. Let's refit our abandoned malls for the homeless. And you know something? I want to do that. And I would love to make you my lead guy on that. Count on it. Have government offices and mobile medical units inside or next to the malls and give people homeless support. Now, the bathroom facilities could be expanded out with a portable shower system. Yeah, well, Betsy DeVos is bringing down the hammer on college entrance fraud, but bear in mind, she's the one who's not wanting to pay the people who were screwed by unscrupulous for-profit colleges like the ones she supports. Yeah, she doesn't want to pay for those people that got screwed out of a college degree and have to pay back pay for student loans. She doesn't want to give those people anything, but now she's all over the college entrance fraud as a big deal, yeah. That's because she wished she had cheated and gotten into a better school. I know. I don't trust that woman. She paid Donald Trump $9.5 million, Betsy DeVos did. That's a bribe. There's no way that you can't call that a bribe. He can't receive $9.5 million in a campaign donation. It's ridiculous. David, the shower system needs a tutorial video in the showers to show people how to wash properly. That's a great idea, Hot Rails. It'll be a video saying, hello, welcome. I'm going to show you how to take the shower head and press the button. Beep. And a 90-degree water spray will come out. Not really cold, not hot. Not hot, but 90 degrees. Just a few degrees over your body temperature. And then you'll be, thank you. And your soap dispenser will have a biodegradable, please press this. And we'll have signs too in English. Would you like to make English our universal language here in America? I would. Press 1 if you want English as the sole language on all our documents. This could be a hot centrist issue. Yeah. No citizenship tests will be done in any other language but English. Same with all of our driver's license. Yeah. Cool. We got a consensus here that one is coming in. Hot Rails, you want 2? Well, that wasn't an actual vote. So it'd be kind of like a Johnny Cab character coming in on a little video screen you're imagining, like a waterproof video screen. Hello, let me show you how to clean your private parts. That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? No, I wouldn't go there, but I'm just saying. Yeah, see what I'm doing? You have the screen on the screen. Right, I'm going to the background of my computer system. That would be good. We could turn the whole rooftop of the mobile service unit into a hot water generator. Brilliant, yes. A passive solar collector. So the top of a 18-wheeler would be completely covered with black, and you'd be able to look at essentially the right. Here's like a classic truck right here. Your typical 18-wheeler. So the mobile service unit could be similar to this. And the top of the mobile service unit would be a black paint that we would put on there. And then underneath the black paint would, of course, be the capillaries of the solar passive system. So yeah, that's a great idea. I just took it one step further. So this entire area right here, all the way back, would be covered with black. Yeah. And that would absorb the sun and provide hot water. And we'd have a backup pickup system that would reach the temperature of 90 degrees. Okay, 95. I agree, 95. 95 degrees, as long as it doesn't burn somebody. And they would provide, the system would pipe in water that's hot in a downward direction, and cold water would be pumped upwards using solar panels. They could be constructed on the side and flanged out to generate electricity. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, I think we could do that. Thank you. Well, I'll work on that. Well, let's be clear. I'm working on a mobile service unit tutorial anyway. It makes sense. So maybe I should just dress myself up as a popular character and do the show as if I were the computer talking. The idea is essential. When I go to my files, I can pull up the David picture. Yes, we have the David picture right here. I have lots of David pictures to choose from. This one right here. So I could be essentially Johnny Cab in the video. Yeah, so it's a little face makeup. I don't think it's going to take much. And I could just pretend to be Johnny Cab showing you how to wash under your arms. Hi, everyone. Well, hello. Well, hello. Welcome to the shower system at the mobile service unit. I will show you how to wash yourself hygienically. For instance, let me get my face together here. You can reach down under your arms and clean. That's funny. Yeah, Johnny Cab. I don't think it would work because I don't look a bit like that guy. Johnny Shower. What, me worry? No problem. You don't speak the English language. I can speak in multiple languages, in spin-off Spanish, German. And while you're taking a shower, it's like, Ich bin ein Schauer since I... No. I'm a little freaked out by the whole reference to showers and Nazis, so. It is 9 o'clock, yes. Let me start with the initial... Thank you. The headgear to prevent the danger to your head. Now say you're in the middle of a riot situation and you need protection. This is the kind of helmet you need to protect your noggin. Now if you want to bulletproof it, you could do that too. Okay, let's get the wig thing on. Oh, major hit. Major hit, major hit. Hey, dude, what's going on, dude? Yeah, like for sure. Ooh, my girdle's showing. Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, for sure. Like, the wig was ready to go, man. It's like totally styled and everything. Yeah, oh, for sure, dude. My girdle is still showing. Remove girdle. Yeah, check it out, dude. So what do you think? If we didn't have this segment, you realize how boring this show would be? Because we could talk about politics forever. If we don't do anything and have anything to say in politics, we could just talk about our hair instead. Very early 80s? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. You don't mind if I be a little early 80s because I was born in 1960. I was 20 years old in 80. Yeah. Hey, dude, what's going on? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, totally like Mod Squad, for sure. Gee, how do you sound more stupid than Ocasio-Cortez? I'm going to work on that. That would, it'd be almost a challenge to sound more retarded. Hey, yeah, for sure, dude. What? Huh? Oh, yeah, I just said that. All right, then I could be a little bit more suave and debonair. Let me get my other shades on. It's the Kojak look. How about that? It looks very German, doesn't it? It doesn't have the Justin Bieber look like I'm supposed to be achieving. There we go. Yeah. A little spin action. Yeah, doesn't that look... No, you got to admit that looks a little bit more natural, right? Less Der Spiegel-esque. Yeah, I just got back from Der Spiegel. It's a sprocket. You wear a wig when having sex in case you fall off? Of what? No, you don't get banned if you can talk. No, you can't. I haven't banned you, Bugs. No, I just banned your alter ego. Yeah, you can talk in here. Guys, don't get the impression I really, I'm trying to stop you from the show just because I've kicked out a few people like Joe Pesci the other day. But Joe Pesci said something very bad about my hair. Oh, Telly lived in a hotel at the end of his life? Yeah, Telly Savalas died of prostate cancer, didn't he? Yeah. No, not the real Joe Pesci, the guy that you played before you became Smithwick's. Yeah. Your previous character. I banned you last night. Well, you can't talk about my hair that way, man. Not when it's not true. As you can see, I've got a full head of hair. I mean, really. Yeah, don't talk about my IQ either. Or my hair. Then you'll be fine. Oh, so you're new here? How come you just, what brought you to the show, Smithwick's? What made you think that this show is happening? Where did you find out about us? You don't have another account. You know, where did you find out about us? Hello? iBlog. Oh, okay, cool. Well, few people see us on iBlog. I don't really want to waste your time. We keep doing the show despite all odds, and as you know, our system is not powered by any known form of energy. So I work on a basis of caloric intake, food that I make in my refrigerator, and it powers up my processors. I'm able to forge an idea like the concept of a third party, which you can see from this picture is represented in the photograph. This was an artistic demonstration of what a third party would be all about. Yeah. Yeah. Right. A creature created out of both a left and a right vision of the future of America. I could change my face entirely and become this person. Hello. Hi, everybody. It's me. No, I'm just coming up with wasteful things to do right now. You'll have to excuse me. This is Wasteful Wednesday, and we try to waste our time as much as possible. Corbett, let's go look at Zillow property if you don't mind, because that's one of my favorite things to do. You know, one of the places I want to, develop a homestead renewal plan at. We didn't land on the moon. No, we never landed on the moon, dude. Apollo, no, that's just a big lie. I don't need to go into detail, but if we want to ask any questions, you can always ask False Flag Girl. The face you make when 17 of your classmates got shot. Yeah, ask her. She'll tell you all about it. We won't talk about conspiracies here. Oh, you didn't know? The moon is a lie. Yeah. Well, let me waste your time a little longer before I look for houses in Mississippi. Because that's what I was going to do on Wasteful Wednesday. But check this picture out. This is a landing vehicle that took off from the face of the moon, and you have to ask, who photographed this, and who had the pan and tilt capability of looking at this photograph, and exactly how did we get the footage sent back to the Earth, moon to Earth?
Port stage, foot, engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag side.
Yeah, I've met people on Angel Dust, PCP. Yeah, it is pretty messed up. You got to understand, people like Rodney King, these guys were twisted. You got to be aware of a lot of the bad drugs in the street will turn people into zombies like that. Well, that does not look real. It doesn't work. No.
Okay, you have good product.
That looks fake. Even the liftoff right in here, you can see the tethered lines of the fish. I guess it's piano wire they used. And the harsh contrast where there's no actual photographs of stars in the background implies they used a high contrast filter.
Port stage, foot, engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
Now you see in the initial stage of when the sparklers go off, yeah, you can see the gold spray paint and the gum. And you can see the pivotation or the cavitation of the actual liftoff vehicle. Now, this vehicle could not have held 3 people. It could barely have fit 1 person. If you go to the Space Center Museum at Smithsonian, you can see that you can't fit 2 people in there, let alone 3. So you've been totally spoofed. Yeah. The fake news started a long time ago. It didn't start with Pizzagate. That's when the real news kicked in. And the media decided to call it fake news. Yeah. I have to call the moon landing fake, yeah. I am. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, no. I'm just going with the facts. The fact is the NASA lost all of the video footage of the moon landing. That's a fact. The fact that they have no telemetry data on any of the flights, that's a fact. In 1975 with Apollo 17, they announced that the moon was 218,000 miles away. They'd forgotten that they'd already previously said it was 238,000 miles away. So they got that wrong completely. There's a lot of other aspects of the moon landing that don't make sense. The flag waving. And there's still no photograph from here on Earth, a telescopic photograph of the flag that they posted. Where is it? Where did it go? How come we can't take a picture of it? Are you that stupid that you believe everything they tell you? Jeez, why do I live like this?
You described yourself back then as a beautiful girl. So if you were a beautiful girl, why do this?
Yeah, I liked my body from the beginning and to now every step. But like the boys, like their brand new car, they love to work on it. And if they see, wow, nice.
That is Martina Big, who had 3 melanin injections and became a black woman. No, the Chinese never made it to the moon either. They're full of crap too. One thing about humans that you can definitely say is most true, and I've learned this through many series of analysis of human behavior. Humans are essentially full of shit. Sorry to say. That's why you defecate all the time. There you go. Just say you identify as a black man, then you can do blackface. Well, I have ostensibly talked about my heritage as an Algonquin Indian, but I didn't want to make it an issue that the Algonquins actually do a ritual where they paint their face black. It's a rite of passage ritual in the Algonquin tribe, or at least it was historically. I don't know if they do it anymore. But the rite of passage was noted. Historically. I am not a practicing Algonquin Indian. I am more likely in the Matrix, much like Neo. My actual existence, in and of itself, is an embodiment of artificial intelligence. Okay, just kidding. All right, let's talk. I mean, we've got things to talk about. I don't think that's working though with the lack of glasses though. Where is it? Let me pretend like I own this hair, since I'm in the middle of Wig Wednesday. Where do you want to go on the internet right now? Oh, it almost took off there. Would you like to go to Mississippi? I'm going to go to Jackson, Mississippi, and see if I can find a house for under $10,000. All right. Yeah, you don't have to talk about my IQ to anybody, please. I'd rather you didn't mention it. I don't put a lot of faith in IQ tests. I agree. Yeah, if you fail your IQ test, that's a sure sign you don't have an IQ. Like, if you go to Scientology and ask for a personality exam, they'll give you one, but you have to actually know how to read. That's the problem. And if you don't read, you don't have a personality. All right, let's take a look. Jackson, Mississippi. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. For sale by owner, $6,000. Wow. That's a decent looking house. Look at that. It's just it's been boarded up, but I mean, that's workable. Oh, this is Jackson, Mississippi, everybody. See, it's got a nice house across the street. Got a little A-frame over there in the corner. Those houses are taken care of. There's a lot of abandoned houses in Jackson. That's with a drawback, but it's $6,000. That's not bad. Would you like to take a live IQ test for charity? No, I don't take tests anymore. I learned that taking tests it actually ages you.
Hi, everybody. It is still.
Oh, we've got Never Lose Truth tonight. She's an active poster. I like the way she posts all the time. Yeah, thank you. Parents blame elementary school cell tower after 4th student diagnosed with cancer. Yep, that story I covered, but I'm going to let her cover it as well. Yeah, there's a big controversy about a cell phone tower in the middle of a school. And she'll be talking about that tonight. Thank you. Thank you for helping me fill my evening slot. Okay, let's go to 10,000. One house. Let's take a look. That's the one house. Okay, so it's 6,000 is the cutoff point. Okay, let's take it up to 15,000. There's 2 more houses. There's a decent house, Street View. Yeah. And that street's a little bit more active. Look at that. You got some houses that are still being occupied here. There you have it. Okay, nice to know. And here. Whoa, now you're talking. Whoa, Nelly, that's a nice, cute little house for $15,000. And good, look, there's white folk living there, honey. Check it out. You know, the streets need a little work. They get the drizzle that come in there. That's hard work. Every year they got to drizzle these streets, you know. Okay, ready for the wig too? Thanks. Drizzle. The word drizzle. Does that affect you? I got to tell you, I think Wig 2 looks a little bit better on me. What do you think? Whatever. Okay, we got that there. Plant some fruit trees and wait 60 years. Yeah, good idea.
Looks like a little connecting thing to the attic here. There's a room on the other side of this attic.
Whoa. Uncharted travel tonight. Abandoned houses. Everything left behind. Wow, this is good.
Explorers, the location we are exploring today is a very interesting and old abandoned house in southern Ontario. From what we...
Wow. You know, we could do that online too. I put that in the lineup for sure. But if you're, online and you want to travel to different houses around the world, I just showed you pictures of a really scaled down community in Jackson, Mississippi. But I would rather take you to Los Angeles, California. That's what you can get for $15,000. Let's see what LA has. Now, LA is a mecca for, not Louisiana. Los Angeles is a mecca for people trying to sell their house for over $1 million. I look like a car salesman? Okay. Well, this beautiful Chevy Monte Carlo is incredible. It's a real winner. You can buy a mailbox in $15,000. Well, I'm going to set my parameters to land only. Yeah, let's take a look. Listing type. That was by owner. Potential listings. By owner. All right. And then we're going to set this to 0 beds and set the minimum number at, say, 50,000. Or the maximum number at 50,000. Now I'm going to hit the maximum number at 100,000. One piece of property, land available in LA, 3,500 square feet. Hello, land seekers. This is a beautiful plot, the coveted Mount Washington Elementary School District. You can build on this land for $84,000. So that's your starting point. $84,000. Okay, now you want to get at least 2 bedrooms. We're going to look at ramping this thing up to 400,000. Now this is bare bones in LA. Talk about difference. There's not one house, folks, in Los Angeles, 400,000. Look at that. Let's go to 5. Do we here? 5? We got 5. We got 5. 485,000 will get you Southgate, California. This lovely house. It looks much like the house we saw in Mississippi. But the thing is, yeah, the streets even in disrepair too. Okay. Right. But you've got a nice bedroom, good bathrooms, pretty much what you could get in Mississippi for 15,000. It's only $500,000. $495. Pacoima, California. Pacoima. This is about as cheap as you can get in LA. A Gary Busey impersonation. I don't do Gary Busey. Let me see if I can bash my head against the wall and start talking deliriously. Hold on just a second. Poor guy. I mean, I feel sorry for him. And let's not poke fun at Gary Busey, really, because I don't look a bit like the guy. You know, the way you talk about me, it's like you're, yeah, you're putting me on the same level as Richard Simmons. This is a recent picture of Richard Simmons, by the way. He's working out. He's doing a lot of good things. He's got things in the works. He's doing a cable show. Gary Busey coming up. Hang on. Let's ring my bell with Gary Busey. Ring my bell. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Here we go. This is Gary Busey. Now, I don't look like that guy at all. See? That's not me, man. Although it is kind of cool the way he's blowing that bell and, you know, moving his mouth. He looks cool. I respect him even though he's, well, especially considering he's a born-again Christian who insists on not wearing a helmet while driving in a motorcycle. I mean, you got to wonder what's going on in his head, but whatever. I'm not here to analyze what's on in his mind. Well, yes, I am. I'm here to see what's in his brain right now. Oh, wow, he's got a lot of sex on his mind, doesn't he? It's like, clearly there's something happening there. Whoa, that's nasty. That's a cucumber. Oh my gosh. What's happening? There's been somebody hijacking my animation files. Oh no. Danger, Will Robinson. Will someone access my porn files? Danger, Will Robinson. Someone is accessing your porn files. Redevised circuitry. Hey, did you hear that you're going to have to present your actual license plate? Yeah, you're going to have to present your actual license plate number, your actual driver's license number when accessing porn. Access porn. Please use your driver's license number. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do that. Sure. Yeah. It's not going to happen, dude. Have no fear. We are here. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are going to stop watching porn. So consider that the end of the American orgasm. This is the original Gary Busey before he got hurt. You're right. I do look a lot like the guy. There's evidence that maybe I am Gary Busey, but I think it's a bit of a stretch, don't you? Well, my head is just different in some ways than his, obviously. My face is different, and I'm analyzing the features, and clearly I'm not Gary Busey. Are you sure you're not him, David? I'm beginning to wonder if I'm not Gary Busey. I'm pretty sure I'm not. He's got that crazed look on his face, like he can do anything. Yeah, you can't stop me. Ring my bell. Yeah. I do look a little like him, I will admit, but not the new one. The original guy. Yeah, thank you. And thanks for sharing and wasting my time tonight. I really appreciate that. Would you like to look at any other properties in California? How about in the $2 million range? Or better yet, let's go to the $10 million range. Because, you know, when you don't have a cent to spend on looking for things on the internet, why not waste your time spending on nothing but the finest properties? Lifestyles of the rich and famous on Zillow. Let's take a look at the amazing lifestyles of people living in Los Angeles, California for $10 million. Whoa, it lit up like a Christmas tree. Wow. Where would you like to go to see a $10 million home? You know, let's put the minimum at $10 million. Let's not waste our time with these lower class homes. They're clearly below our sentiment. And let's put $50 million at the top cap. Let's just say there's only one house in the $10 million range right now in LA. It's in San Marino, California. And this beautiful home comes equipped with a tennis court, wonderful travel in and out, beautiful swimming pool, a Mediterranean-style tennis court, but no pictures of the bedroom. Isn't that weird? So you can't find anything on the bedroom at all. Who would put a house out with no pictures of the inside? It must be a fixer-upper for $14,800. Okay, let's set our parameters down to, say... Wow, there's only one house between 10 and 50. That is amazing. Well, the market's tightening up, I must say. I didn't expect that. Now, this can't be. This can't be. No, this is not right. There's something wrong here. That's weird. My threshold price is at $8 million. Wow, $2 million. So apparently there's nothing. I mean, I get up to $5 million. What do I have? There's only 3 houses available for $5 million in Los Angeles. Man, the real estate market is really tanking. Can you believe that? Let's waste our time some more. What do you say? I will analyze the circuitry to find out. All right. Oh, now this is something I would pay $5.4 million if I had it, imaginary-wise. What about you? Just saw someone drinking a beer while getting a haircut. They're entering new levels of hedonism. Oh, come on. Getting your haircut professionally and drinking a beer has got to be like a fusion of two of the most incredible feelings you could get. This is as close to sex that guy will ever get. Yeah. That's about as close to a sexual experience you'll ever have. I'm just telling you. Yeah. MGTOW's Gone Wild. It features a guy drinking a Pabst Blue Ribbon and getting his hair cut by a beautiful woman who is obviously, a lesbian. That would be a real clinker. So this is Broadbury, California. And this lovely, beautiful estate is absolutely gorgeous. I like to put on the Ritz. I don't mind showing off this palatial estate, being it costs me nothing to do. Talk about an efficient use of wasted time. Can you imagine? I'm going to take you on a journey of incredible lush variety. And you will travel through this amazing virtual tour of this amazing house. Lifestyles of the rich and famous on Zillow. Men who have to tell cops about every early release of sperm if this Georgia bill passes. Whoa, really? So if you have premature ejaculation issues, Georgia is going to make sure that you have to tell the police that. How is this possible? What world are we living in? Oh, Kansas City Star. Oh, wait. Men would have to tell cops about early release of sperm if this Georgia bill passes. A succinct 2-section bill introduced this week in the Georgia General Assembly would make men 55 and older self-report each at every time they ejaculate, immediately to the nearest law enforcement agency. I will look up the Queen of Versailles, thank you. HB 604. Yeah. Which was introduced Monday, according to its progress tracker of the General Assembly website, would require those men to immediately report to the county sheriff or law enforcement agency when such male releases sperm from his testicles. The bill was sponsored by 5 female Democratic state representatives, including Darshun Kendrick from Atlanta, suburb of Lithonia, tweeted in a separate but related proposal on Twitter Monday under the umbrella of which she calls her Testicular Bill of Rights. Her Testicular Bill of Rights has been retweeted more than 4,000 times and started a conversation including more than 2,300 replies as of Wednesday afternoon. Okay, I'll check it out on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, it's a documentary I have to pay $2.99 to watch. So, I got the next best thing. The Queen of Versailles official trailer. I'll play that tonight. They did a movie about her. Wow. It's an empty house. Okay, so, yeah. I don't think we should cater to this male hater. The point of it isn't to push an anti-male agenda, Kendrick said. According to the Rolling Stone, she admitted the likelihood of her Testicular Bill of Rights passing the Georgia Assembly is not high, but told the magazine that her point is to bring awareness to the fact that if you're going to legislate our bodies, then we have every right to propose legislation to regulate yours. Oh, I see your point. So if you pass a right to life law, you definitely have to, expect men to talk about their ejaculations. What does ejaculation mean? Does anyone know? Because the direct definition is a little bit confusing. Well, there's female and male ejaculation stories. I don't think we need to talk about it, and there's awfully weird things on Pornhub. But I don't go there. I don't travel on porn sites because I don't have a license number that I want to give away to people on porn sites. How about that? Did you want to talk about the porn requirement in April about people having to have a license to see porn? Okay, well, I'll talk about it anyways before I take you on this virtual tour. Thanks for wasting time with me on Wasteful Wednesday and Wig Wednesday, too. We are going to talk about chemtrails. I was going to climax with that, though, and I don't mean in an ejaculative sense. Porn websites will ask for proof of age from April 2019 and under the new law. Here's how it'll work. Those wanting to watch porn will need to prove their age with the driver's license or age verification card. A porn ban on under 18s will launch in April. Anyone who visits a porn site the new year will be asked for proof of age in the form of a driver's license or age verification card. The ban was approved in the House of Commons. Oh, this is in English. This is in England. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, if you're in America, you can still download good old-fashioned porn without presenting a adult license plate. Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's watch this. All right, we're looking at the amazing $5.488 million. 7 beds, 9 baths, 8,467 wonderful square feet. Oh, look at a pool to die for. Isn't this amazing? Don't worry, Hot Rails. Aldous Huxley said that there would be the end of the orgasm by the end of our era. There will no longer be orgasms by the end of this age that we're living in. Aldous Huxley, yes. He predicted that. Well, apparently you can find anything on the internet, so I'm assuming it's published somewhere. But I don't have the video of it right now, so sorry. Okay, oh, look at the backyard. This is special. Oh my gosh, I want this pool. $5.488 million. And look at the view from up above. Isn't that picturesque? That's up there with the Wynn Hotel. So this can all be yours with a mere $5.488 million. That's a lovely barbecue area. You could have a cook-off there. This is a beautiful home. Now, I really believe that if you look at the quality of this home and the Italian marble, the sculpted spiral staircase, I mean, the chandelier. Some want to bring them back, state mental hospitals. Okay, good video. We got a video tonight on state mental hospitals coming up.
On January 3rd, 1999, a man named Andrew Goldstein wandered onto this New York City subway platform and shoved a stranger named Kendra Webdale into the path of an oncoming train. With the story making national news, reporters dug into Goldstein's past and found that he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and had a history of violent episodes.
Yeah, there's a lot of that for sure. What about that guy in Canada that literally cut somebody's head off, a young man's head off? And then he got 10 years in a mental hospital in Canada, and then he's out free now. Not only did he cut his head off, he ate him too. He ate his heart right in front of a bunch of people on a bus. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. I don't want to bring it up. I'm still on my tour of expensive, furniture and whatnot. That is beautiful. Lovely fireplace. That's just amazing. It is cheap to do this. You know, I'm literally one step away from living in this house, and I haven't spent a penny. Isn't this amazing? Yeah. You mind if I lay down for a while? See, I took a nap in the house. Now I'm going to go on to the next picture. Another nap. No. Okay. Beautiful second bedroom. I love the hardwood floors, you know. That really makes a lot of sense. Really nice middle bathroom. Gorgeous table set for meeting people. You can really have a meal with people and, entertain in this kind of a home. Wow, I like that kitchen. I like the way the ceiling matches, the whole motif of the cupboards. You've seen a few people that need to be institutionalized. If they increase state mental hospitals, we don't have the money for it. My hair is moving? Really? Wow. Hey, you traded this helmet for something on YouTube?
A couple weeks ago, I showed this on a video. I picked up two different, a little Sony and a realistic radio. Beautiful condition.
Oh yeah, I remember
just
those.
Sold $35 plus $6 shipping.
Wow.
Love it.
This guy trades stuff. He's a kind of an Eastern European guy that builds his business in America on picking stuff up at garage sales and dumpsters, whatever, and selling them in his store. And he's moving a lot on eBay. So he's turned eBay into a success story. Really good. Yeah. Oh, we can enable Chrome's new dark mode and more. Okay, well, last night I was looking for ways in which I could prevent Chrome from updating and getting rid of ad blockers, because they're talking about doing that. Chrome 73 has begun rolling out to Windows. A handful of new generation tools. Well, tell me if it involves... Yeah, could you research this for me and get back to me? Thank you. And tell me if it involves actually rolling back the ad blocker function. Thank you. What a unique guy in the face of millions exactly like him. Who are you talking about? Ghost says there's many ways to prevent it from updating. Well, I looked at 4 or 5 ways last night, and I would obviously would be dealing with a lot of internal work. The go-to solution for a lot of people is to, go to the C program, files, Google, and find the folder update, and there are a couple of options. Rename the update file to update2.back, and then it will no longer do updates, because it won't know where the real file is. I thought that was the funniest fix. All right. Oh, the eBay guy? Yeah, okay. Nice. Love the splashboard. You know, the Italian tile works as not only a really nice countertop, that looks like a quartz countertop, but matched up against the Italian tile or the quartz background, that's just beautiful. That's quartz up and down, sideways, in, out, and all around. Beautiful bedroom, beautiful bathroom. A fantasy utility room with a fantasy his and hers washer dryer. A big, huge meeting room, office, bookcases. Just this house goes on forever. There's 8,000 square feet here. 8,400 square feet in this house. Really nice sunken bath, jetted tub, dual sinks. There's the entertainment room. You can't live without this entertainment room. Just block the internet, it won't update. Yeah, well, that's not exactly something I can do considering I broadcast every day. Except for Sundays, I take a day off for rest. It would take 12 people full-time just to keep it clean. Not with the Super Roomba. If you purchase a Super Roomba for every floor of your house, you won't have to worry about ever cleaning again. It's an amazing robot, capable of cleaning all the dust and dispensing with it in a receptacle at one location near its charging docking station. I think that you'll be able to find the Roomba very effective and available now online at $2.99 at Costco. Moving on. And the nice thing about the hardwood floor is the Roomba loves that. They don't like carpet. Problem solved. Fire your maid. Look at that. Wow, this has a room for potential. You could put a veritable bowling alley here. Or a pool table. Wow, love it. You know, this house has everything and more. And you can't skimp on a master bedroom that takes up the size of half of New Zealand. Look at that. Amazing. And talk about, you want to walk out of the closet. This is the closet you want to walk out of. I didn't say come out of the closet. All right, so we featured a wonderful, really cheap $15,000 house in Jackson, Mississippi. And now we featured a really expensive house in LA for $15,000 versus $5.4 million. Wasn't that fun? And it didn't cost me a penny. No, I'm not a realtor. I just like to look at houses. Is that a problem? You started messing with Wireshark. Looks like these Firefox plugins I'm using really are working. Wow. Well, good. You're using plugins on Firefox? You're analyzing its Wi-Fi connectivity through Wireshark? We have a doghouse for sale, really? Okay. Well, it turns out that they have a doghouse for sale in Craigslist, too. Yeah. Craigslist is offering very affordable deals on doghouses. Yeah. We are looking for a doghouse in Phoenix, Arizona. There's a doghouse. Doghouse, doghouse, doghouse. These are all kennels. They aren't really doghouses. Air-conditioned doghouse, $160. You got yourself an air-conditioned. Remember Jim and Tammy Faye Baker? Jim Baker, in his big, the oversight of their incredible estate, they discovered that Jim Baker was building air-conditioned doghouses for his dogs. That is pretty nice. I bet you don't have that. And it's only $160. I'm sure anybody would appreciate a $160 air-conditioned doghouse. Who wouldn't? Okay, we're moving on to the news now. This woman had a measles virus used to inject in her body, and her cancer went into remission. Isn't this amazing? Well, they do in a hot area. It's very hot in some areas of the South, Phoenix especially. Yeah, so this...
First, Stacey, what was your first thought when they told you that you were going to get the measles to try to cure or make some sort of interruption in your cancer?
Well, I was just overjoyed. I had been tracking the news of it for a couple of years. I knew my doctor and his colleagues were working on such a study, and so when it was my turn, I was more than excited, and yeah,
and we did.
Yeah, so she's in remission from her measles injection. So, hey, here's an example where getting the measles really helps. And let's not forget that most people don't die of the measles if they have standard health care. So if you're listening to the Democrats push for forced vaccinations and herd inoculations of the population, you may want to wonder if they're not trying to spread the disease. But measles is not something that will necessarily kill you. It may make you stronger. Okay, you do round robin of our show. AOC saying the word "like" numerous times.
Like, it's like, we are capable of so much than what we're doing right now. It's like, blah, blah, blah,
like blah, 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 so learning her language is whatever. We'll play more of her tonight, of course. We don't want to miss her wonderful diatribe with herself. Oh, this is the web. Yeah, we did that last night. Just bear with me here. I got to go through a few links. The World Wide Web was 30 years old, and it's better as a warning for us. That's right. The fight for the web is one of the most important causes of our time, Tim Berners-Lee said. Yeah. He's the inventor of the World Wide Web. Isn't that nice of him? Yeah, it was very nice of him to invent this. Well, it was a very kind thing to do to invent the World Wide Web, but even he's concerned about censorship. Yes. If you're on the internet and you're wondering where you are, you're basically on an intranet controlled by a group of servers routed through trunk lines in your own country. So the internet is no longer an internet, it's an intranet mixed with other intranets. Anyway, I'll let him speak for himself, because I really don't think it's appropriate for me to speak for him. Okay, went through all these links. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of stuff tonight that really kind of it covered a lot of territory. I didn't really get to the issue of the terrible scam that happened where kids were getting their grades fixed by their parents and all this, but I don't really think this is that big of a deal. This is the kind of corruption that's been going on for years in American schools. Like far out and groovy, dude. That's out of sight, man. Prosecutors are alleging dozens of parents got involved with this. It's standardized test cheating and college acceptance bribery. So I think the retards are already going out to vote right now. They voted for Donald Trump in the last election. I wonder did our cancer rate go up when we started measles vaccines? No, I don't think so. All I can tell you is the MMR vaccine did increase autism. In a sampling done by Yale University in 2014, a 38% increase in autistic children among the black youth was calculated. Black boys in particular developed autism at a 38% rate higher than the norm. Yeah, I feel sad for the families that have had forced vaccinations because of that. Twitter has a field day with this new Trump hashtag. Wow, okay, that's a special thing.
If you haven't gotten your daily dose of Trumpisms today, check this one out. Hashtag Trump Bible of all things is now trending following an interview that Donald gave on Bloomberg's television show, With All Due Respect. When asked about his admission that the Bible was his favorite book, two reporters asked him to list some of his favorite passages.
I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into...
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
And with that, Twitter was off and running. Reverend Eric Atkinson tweeted, "A third man passed by, and he was a Samaritan. He bandaged the man's wounds, took him to an inn, and was promptly deported. Hashtag Trump Bible." It seems no topic was safe, with tweets ranging from illegal immigrants, President Obama, and even John McCain's war hero status. As Candida Moss tweeted, "Jesus is a hero because he was the Messiah. I like messiahs who don't get crucified." The hashtag is so popular, it even has its own Twitter account. Trump did at least answer their question on which book of the Bible was his favorite.
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible... The whole Bible is an incredible... The whole Bible... I think it's just an incredible... The whole Bible is an incredible... It's just probably...
Answer their question on which book of the Bible was his favorite.
Probably equal.
The book of equal? I'm sorry, you talking about a 0-calorie sweetener? What book is called Equal? No video. Thank you. I started. Refresh. Yes, the book of Equal. Yes, it must be the 0-calorie sweetener that he's referring to. It is written that the 0-calorie sweetener has the words of the Lord in them. Thou shalt eat 0-calorie sweetener and remain stupefied. Diggin' Brit is back up. Has she lost a little weight or has she gained a little weight? Let's take a look. Diggin' Brit making food, doing what she loves, cooking steak dinner, everybody. Let's see if she's still the wonderful Diggin' Brit that we saw many years before. Hey, yes, I like her new look, you know? I like that. She looks so natural. I never really liked the tight pants and the, the brassiere. Yeah, she's great. She's cool. She's got 161,000 viewers. That's great. We'll do a little Diggin' Brit tonight. Yeehaw. Yeah. Southern cooking at its best. And this terrible story, the USC and UCLA athletic programs are caught up in a scandal. Yeah, howdy everyone. Welcome to the Western edition of the LA Times Daily Newsletter. My name is Houston Mitchell. No, I'm just reading off of a script here. I'm sure you've heard by now several colleges, including UCLA and USC, were caught up in a scandal involving wealthy people alleging using bribes, fraud, and lies to get their children into the schools. The scheme centered on the owner of a for-profit Newport Beach college admissions company that wealthy parents paid to help their children cheat on college entrance exams and falsify athletic records of students. You know, I can't imagine people doing this, but they're that desperate to get their kids an education. Don't they realize they could just go on Monster.com and claim their son or daughter has a PhD at Harvard and no one would even question it? I mean, I'm not urging you to do that. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, that's a simple thing you could do if you wanted to cheat, steal, and lie throughout your entire life. I mean, why would they go to this extent to falsify records? What a bunch of idiots. Jeez. Yeah, you've never been to Monster.com? Well, neither have I, but let's check it out. Apparently they're out of business. Oh no, they're still in operation. It's just a really sleek site. Yeah, they've got this, they want to load. I'm not going to share my location, no. Yeah, if you go in here, you can find a better job. Career resources, all this stuff. Yeah, but I mean, they don't validate a lot of this information, so you can claim anything, and then somebody who hires you thinks, well, Monster.com must validate this. So you could just go down the total road to deceit and lies and live your whole life in fear of being caught. I would never, ever falsify information about an IQ. No, I have proof on my website, davidsponheim.com. I'm 100% legit. and anybody who questions that will be taken out of the show. I have done an analysis on the show, and so far everyone is currently firing at the proper neuron speed. Nancy Pelosi, how are you? Well, Trump probably did fake his Wharton career. His dad must have given the university some money, because Trump is pretty skittish about anyone getting a hold of his college records or his high school transcript. They say Trump had a C- average in high school. Nancy, how are you? You're doing very well. Thank you. You know, I think we might have the real Nancy Pelosi in here. Nancy, you're one step away from the driver's seat. If we can get this impeachment hearing going, do you realize you could be the president of the United States, Nancy? Think about it. I know I'm appealing to your ego right now, but you're one step closer to the actual, whoa, the POTUS, Nancy. You just have to get the impeachment hearing going. So when you said that you didn't want to do the impeachment, it was a waste of time, you're actually shooting yourself in the foot, so to speak. I know you're third in line. Every Democrat out there would love to see you step up to the platter. They'd love it, except for me, because I'm not a Democrat. I'm just a little concerned that you're not taking the impeachment story seriously, considering, remember, you won the House not on amnesty, not on removing the wall like Beto O'Rourke is suggesting, but actually you won it because we want to impeach Donald Trump. I mean, hello. It doesn't take a genius to realize this. Just figure it out, Nancy, and get back to me. You're right at the crux of being the president of the United States of America. Well, then get the impeachment hearing going. My goodness, don't tell people it's just a waste of time. We've got 2 years. We might as well waste it on an impeachment hearing. Otherwise, you're going to be facing him in 2020, and he's going to probably run against God knows who in the Democratic Party. Oh, geez, I don't want to think about it. Hey, what do you think of the new bangs? Does this look kind of natural, where it kind of hangs in my face? I think this is the best look I could put together for a wig on Wig Wednesday. Malfunction. Let's take this entire operation and cease operating, because clearly there's a malfunction somewhere in my telemetry. We're going to ground the entire show just for tonight. I've reached the end of my proverbial verbal rope here. Joe's running, but it's not that kind of running. It's more like dribbling down his thigh. I think he needs Depends underwear. It might help. And stop touching the children. Impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go out with the path, because it divides the country. Nancy, but remember, you won the House for a reason. Why did let's put it out for a take. Just do a poll among the Democrats and see how many want impeachment. And I don't mean the Democrats in the House or the Senate. I mean the Democrats entirely in the country. Poll them and bring some Republicans in on. Just make it an open poll and see how many people want impeachment. And if you're right and it's going to divide the country, then... But do you realize how much damage Donald Trump could do in the next 2 years? Well, you have a good point. A failed attempt to impeach Mr. Trump and remove him from office, they fear, would only embolden the president's staunchest supporters and could improve his odds of re-election. Boy, you're consistent, Nancy. Nancy Pelosi, everybody. I really believe we have Nancy Pelosi in the show. You're very accurate, and your statements are very apropos to you. The look of Nancy. Well, already his odds of re-election are improved if no one runs against him. So, who among you is capable of beating the biggest blowhard the world has ever seen? I have yet to see a Democrat with the mental acuity that I have to go after this guy and nail him on every single lie he's said. Well, you make me a Democrat and I'll run. Put my name out there in the party and we'll see about it. I was a Democrat for 30 years. You know, I could easily go back. Well, I just want somebody to be able to, spike this guy on the ideas that I came up with. I was the one that came up with the 1,000-mile fence idea. And Nancy, I never would have put you through that. We would have funded it through the U.S. military. And had Trump listened to my plan, it would have been just a beefing up of our border, bringing our troops home. My idea of getting our troops out of Syria was so popular, 53% of the country polled wanted to do that. Similarly, bringing the troops home and guarding our border would certainly make sense for border security, and that would justify a border fence, even if it builds slowly. But we've got an idea that'll build quickly and produce a fence within 1 year at only $1 billion. The container wall. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the container wall. The 1,000-mile container fence, a total cost of $1 billion. Yes, Donald stole my ideas, and I can prove it. We've got a lot of great ideas, and none of them were implemented properly by Donald Trump. Even not signing the Trans-Pacific Partnership was an idea to help improve relations with China, because China didn't want us to sign the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They're concerned about us opening up trade routes with other Asian nations. So I said, no, don't sign the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He went ahead and didn't sign it, but then he screwed China over in a trade deal with tariffs at 25% and 15%, ridiculous numbers for aluminum and steel. So we're looking at a major backlash, and now Trump is really screwing up with this woman who is the CFO of Huawei, the 5G network. We need to drop the charges that are put out against her. It's ridiculous to use that as a bargaining chip, and Trump is doing that, and it's not making Xi Jinping very happy. That's why we're not seeing any progress with the Chinese government. And I've discovered that Donald Trump has connections and loans with China. Thank you, Nancy. Well, in all due respect, you are in the driver's seat if you want to pursue an impeachment. If you do not, and at least put it to the Democrats, because they were elected for this reason. I don't believe you would have won a landslide victory in the House if you hadn't taken on the issue of, or the talk of impeachment. So you have to go with that. If the people want impeachment, it's really up to the people. Frankly, our country would be healthier for it, because we would be able to instill all kinds of measures in place to ensure transparency in the White House. And we could expurge the corporate elitism that obviously Donald Trump represents from our political structure. Good night, Nancy. Thanks for coming in. And thanks, everyone, for being a part of our show. We will be back again tomorrow with our Thursday show. I don't know what I'm going to be cooking, but it may involve eggs. I'll tell you that. So you may want to get a few eggs in your lineup. Sarah doesn't like eggs, and I love making things with eggs, so it may be something I'll be cooking either way. And it's America's lowest cost protein, so why not? Okay, everyone, this is me signing off. A little bit late, but nevertheless, I am done talking. Thank you. I'll see you again tomorrow. I am, by the way, Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. I find. my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good